Bye. Perfect. Perfect. Perfect.
What is going on, everybody? How are we doing? I hope you're having a wonderful evening as we get ready to talk through some Chicago Bears draft picks. We finally had it. We did it. The draft is over. The Bears are better for it. Even if, like we've talked about, I already see some fabulous discussion going on in the chat. And I did want to talk before we get into whatever film I'm allowed to show. I'm not allowed to openly state that I do or don't know of any YouTube unwritten rules. I am going to officially play dumb, and we're just going to roll with it. Sound good? All right. I appreciate any support that comes from it, just so we're all on the same page. But until then, we will just ride. Now, I do want to talk through some general draft stuff because everybody wants to go on and they want to talk through draft grades, right? And I'll tell you what, 2 years ago, I absolutely went through draft grades. 1 year ago, I think I still did draft grades. These days, guys, I don't know. Like, look, I would love to go through. So here's what changed. I did 143 personal evals. In those personal evals, it never quite made sense to me why Siaka Ika was higher than a guy like Zach Pickens. Turns out he wasn't. It never made sense to me why Jaden Reed, as I'm sure you guys heard me say a lot, was not a second rounder. Turns out he was. It never made sense to me why we were talking so highly of Keely Ringo. Turns out we weren't. And everything in between. Look, I am by no means Mr. Draft Superstar, right? But it really changes. Like the feel of how everything works within draft changes when you've watched these guys and you have your own take on a lot of these players. And so it gets weird because as much as a lot of people want to make everything about like draft steal, this, that, and the other. Let's use a great example. Adetomiwa Adebaware is my favorite example of exactly what I'm talking about, right? He was somebody who was mocked as high as pick number 28, and I should know, I saw it. He ends up going pick 110, and I even wrote a WCG article where I basically said, this guy freaks me out. I think sometimes he has second rounder, first rounder tape. I think sometimes he has fifth rounder tape. And it turns out he went in the high fourth, right? And so I can't help but look at this draft overall and think to myself that there are a lot of these guys where, like, for instance, if Michael Wilson had played functionally any more games, I think he still goes higher than 94. But the fact that a guy who played 6 games out of 24 games, Herbie Hancock, thank you so much for subscribing, the fact that he still got drafted in the top 100 should stand out to you. Ricky Stromberg got drafted in the 3rd round. Unsurprising, given how much everybody wanted to talk about him. Cam Latu was a fun surprise, but, John, it's not my biggest surprise because he's a tight end that you've seen before. He's boring, but boring can be good, especially at the tight end position, for crying out loud. It does feel like that's the thing, John. Like, I personally thought that there were major games, like that Wisconsin game, he was invisible, if not an outright liability. Right? Against Ohio State, he was a real positive. The way that he obviously, like, the way that he tested was eye-popping. I mean, there's a whole bunch of things. Like, Demo, I didn't expect Whippler to make it all the way to the 7th, but once he did, I went, yeah, he's small. Like, I mean, I get it with some of these NFL things. What does the NFL value? They value a huge athlete, right? They don't value technique as much as we think they do. And was there any bigger surprise that showed this? Like Jartavis Martin out of Illinois. I hope I'm not about to dunk on an Illini player. Just any Illini fans that are in the chat. Jartavis Martin, also known as Quan, is a real heck of an athlete. Here, I'll pull up his mock draftable. Let's see. It is, what is this? Jartavis Martin mock draftable. Just so everybody can get a sense for the fact that this guy is an absolute beast, right? And so at least that's what this will tell you. I personally had him in the 5th because I just hate his instincts. And a DB without instincts to me is a guy who can move but probably won't, right? Because I feel like instincts is a matter of work ethic meets natural talent meets, honestly, athletic ability. Like, to me, at the very least, there's a reason that safeties like Eddie Jackson have had any success in the NFL, and it's because their instincts overcome their athleticism, right? And when they're able to basically diagnose a play and reach their spot faster than the guy who's faster than them, but has to see the play happening before getting to it. Yeah, Kusai, honestly, really good. That's a really good, what's the word? Oh my gosh. Like, that's a really good comparison, is somebody like Thomas Graham. I love a guy like Thomas Graham because regardless of the fact that he's not crazy psycho-athletic, right, he's able to reach his spot and make plays. And no kidding, I agree with you, Demo. Like, I thought it was great. I mean, so what was fun, and for any fellow draftniks out there, I hope you guys did the same thing. I thought this was great. Honestly, for every one of the 31 players, actually all 32 teams, not players, all 32 teams for probably the first 4 rounds, I was mostly cheering for the players. Like, you're going to laugh at how goofy this is. But I mean, when Luke Schoonmaker went at 60, was it 61? No. He went here, 58. Luke Schoonmaker in the top 60. I was fist pumping because good for this kid. Like, he worked so hard. He had such a good season at Michigan. Like, it is easy to just cheer for these kids because they've worked their butts off. They've endured all kinds of hell to get to where they are. And so to see Keanu Benton, who talked at the combine about how he carries a chip on his shoulder because he was the first guy in his area to get a Power 5 like offer. Like, I think from his high school, he's the first one in like 30 years to get recruited, which he carried with him. To see him picked in the top 50 of the NFL draft, man, that's awesome. Like, watching the way Tyree Wilson almost like ripped the commissioner in half was so fun. Like, absolutely, Christopher. Hey, lunatic, how you doing? Like, it was fun. It was fun getting to watch these guys. Kalijah Cansey absolutely earned that top 20 selection. JSN, wide receiver number 1. I did think it was funny, if you guys don't mind me saying so, that wide receivers went 1, 2, 3, 4, which was historic, but they went in the order that I highlighted them. It's just funny, right? Like, it's all for fun anyways. I did think it was interesting that I basically didn't love Michael Mayer. And he ended up not only being the 3rd tight end drafted, but he ended up he ended up in the 2nd round. But so that, Mondo, we'll get there, right? So we're going to talk, I want to talk at least a little bit about just the general draft while people fill in. Then we'll talk about the Bears overall draft, and then we'll dive into, again, as much tape as I'm allowed to show. I am committing to going to sleep at normal times. What you are getting in return for this is more streams, right? We are going to try to stream literally every week. Instead, we're not going to stay up till 6 a.m. because it absolutely shoots my Wednesday and Thursday like in the face. Like, you want to talk about a Plaxico Burress story? Staying up that late really tanks me for the rest of the week. And I want to be able to create more stuff for you on Twitter, on YouTube, everything in between. But so I did think, thank you. Thank you, Josh, for allowing me to. I love the Tyreek Stevenson pick. I did not realize he had a labrum injury. That makes sense for why he went when he did. But I'm very excited because I think he fits. We'll get there, but I think he, of all people, fits the cover 2 system, the cover 2, cover 3 hybrid system that the Bears want to run. I think he's exactly the kind of guy to control a file, anticipate routes, and drive downhill. Moreover, in this day and age, you need good receivers. You need good defensive backs. The Bears have been starting Kindle Vildor. That needed to change. Look, that's not to dunk on Kindle explicitly, right? It's more to say that you need to have 3 to 4 solid DBs. And in my opinion, like, Tyreek Stevenson helps the Bears get to 3. He doesn't have to be the guy. That's the thing, Jordan, because he doesn't have to be Cam Smith, who I would have frankly liked better. Like I would have liked Julius Brents better. This part of the draft. Okay, so if Bears fans, we were going to complain about the Chase Claypool trade, which I know. No Bears fan who's upbeat wants to talk anymore about the Chase Claypool trade. Why did it matter? It's because here at 32, the Bears probably would have taken Joey Porter, but that's not really what I'm highlighting. What really matters is that starting around, I remember we were watching, I don't know if anybody else had this happen, starting around pick number 43 right here, the Grim Reaper showed up and absolutely robbed me of most of my Bears draft crushes. I mean, you go, pop, Joe Tippmann is out. Julius Brents is out. Brian Branch is a stud, but we didn't really highlight him. Keon White is out. Really solid defensive end. Cody Muck, he was out. Keanu Benton, he was gone. Cam Smith, he was gone. And it was just boom, 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 boom. Knife in the heart. I understand it's not, all the way up here. But when Derek Hall went early because of his speed, it was like, oh, no, I understand. When Matthew Bergeron went in the top 40, it was like, yes, this is what we talked about. When Isaiah Foskey went in the top 40, it was like, oh, it was a little earlier than I expected. But, there you go. That makes sense. And Thule was there, Jerome. But the Bears end up landing on Javon Dexter. And I got to tell you guys, I'm not as frustrated as some. I'm not as excited as others. To me, I thought somebody earlier in the comments section, if you're still here, I think it was Joe, I loved this description. This did feel to me like an eat your vegetables draft. Could the Bears have theoretically sizzled a little bit harder by taking a center-only 24-year-old? Maybe. I think that there'd be a lot of people that would be, yeah, the Bears supported Justin Fields and everything's right in the world and a whole bunch of other stuff. And that would have been great. Like, could the Bears have taken Adetomiwa Adebaware here at 53 and nobody would have batted an eye? Absolutely. He ends up going in was it the high 5th? Was it the high 4th? I think it was the high 4th. And showing that may not have been what the NFL considered his value. Look, what's hard to find out there on the market, and if you can find it, go ahead and show me where you can. Like, the Bears don't have athletic, young defensive linemen. And what they effectively did was force a need for defensive tackle. I believe it's DT6. I went and counted earlier, but anybody can fact check me because I think Benton was DT5. And then they double dipped at the position to get Pickens DT7. Now, I think these guys are going to end up playing different positions. Let's be plain. I think Zach Pickens is going to slim down. I think he's going to play at 290 to 295. I think he's going to play 3-tech. I think Dexter has a decent chance to either add 10 pounds or stay at his combine weight and play a Grover Stewart-like one technique. Now, will either of them be good at it? Time will tell. But the Bears need way more bodies than just two dudes. Like, that includes Billings, that includes Justin Jones. Like, when you really think about it, because don't think about the Eagles. The Eagles isn't even fair, right? You've got to think about comparing the Bears to take the Vikings, take the Lions, take the Packers. I mean, it doesn't really make a difference, right? Almost every defensive line has minimum one, usually two first-round pick level talents on it. The Bears have none. They exited this draft with none. Most of these other teams have at least two combined, probably let's go with three combined top 70-ish picks on the defensive line. The Bears now have two, and they're both at that bottom end. The Bears defensive line didn't even get up to like average, so to speak, but it got a lot better. I mean, to me at the very least, am I over the moon? We will look at the film later. You'll see what I'm talking about. Like, Dexter leaves some positives to be taken away, but they're more positives in the realm of Eddie Goldman than they are Chris Jones, right? If you want to get excited about somebody, Pickens is the one to get excited about because he's faster. His Senior Bowl reps were nasty. He's quick off the line. Everybody loves somebody who's quick off the line and long, right? 34 and 3/8 inch arms. 95th percentile broad jump. He pops off the snap, and you're literally going to give him one gap. You're going to give him one gap in the run game, and that is it. But you got to remember, the Bears got bled dry. I mean, I can't pantomime the image that I'm thinking of, but they would get cut and cut and cut again in the run game. They would throw 8 guys in the box, and they would still give up some of the most yards per carry in the NFL. The Bears' run defense was at an absolutely horrific, unacceptable place at the end of, I mean, frankly, the middle, but certainly at the end of 2022. Javon Dexter and Zach Pickens, the hope would be, help to close that gap. Exactly, Akusai. Javon Dexter is not the kind of pick that I think is going to get most people excited. Most people have talked about how it's the worst Bears pick in the draft. I also think that when you take a look at the rest of the draft, like, okay, so let's point out what the Eagles did, and we'll point out what the Chiefs did, and you'll probably see a trend. Look, I get it, right? That I'm about to basically build a narrative, but what else do I do, right? So the Eagles, despite everything else, they not only went D-line once, but they went D-line again. The Chiefs, with one pick in the draft, they went D-line immediately. Going further down in the draft, like you can see a focus on just adding in the trenches with a lot of really positive players. The Eagles took Tyler Steen, despite the fact that they're pretty solid on offensive line at the moment. Then they take a safety. They needed a safety. Sid Brown rules, right? The Chiefs took Rashee Rice, and then not a few picks later, they end up taking Wanya Morris down here at 93. It's not like I think all of these picks are, I don't know, absolutely money. It's more to point out that the Chiefs just signed a huge money offensive tackle. And then they took Wanya Morris. The Eagles obviously have stellar defensive line talent. Then they took Nolan Smith and Jalen Carter, and they added Tyler Steen to more than likely play guard and ideally become their next Isaac Simalo. The point to me is, a lot of good teams have a very established habit of investing in the trenches. Yeah, exactly, Myrtle. Exactly. Like the Bears want a level up somehow. If the Jets decide that they don't need Carl Lawson, that would be huge for them. But I am not crossing my fingers any more than I necessarily have it. I don't know. To me, Carl Lawson feels like a wonderful, wonderful wish that I'm down to wish, but it feels too dreamy, right? It feels not dissimilar to a good way to put it, Myrtle, is this feels to me like the Carl Lawson thing, like the Deron Payne thing did for a little while, where it's like, did it ever really make sense? Sometimes it's hard to know how much we were just high on copium, so to speak. But I'm with you, Ryan. Like that's kind of how I feel about it. But so anyways, let's see. You mentioned like Jordan, the coaching staff this staff is coaching focused, which means they can always think they can coach up and fix everybody's woes. Absolutely. But Jordan, to me, the positive about this draft is that the Bears added at really important positions. And in my opinion, guys, let's say Javon Dexter and Zach Pickens just end up at the middle level of their trajectory, wherever you think that is, right? They will still be cheap rotational pieces that were taken at the very end of the second round. I mean, when we take a look at just what's further up the chain, right? Guys like Benton, guys like White, guys like Tipman, just to point out guys on both ends. Foskey, I'm not the biggest Hall guy in the world, so I'm not going to circle him because that would not be fair, right? But you take a look at the other guys, Brisset, like these guys get drafted higher. If you want one, you got to take them sooner. The good news is, if we learned anything, I hope, about polls this year, it's that if they don't love Javon Dexter and Zach Pickens, John, we'll get there on Hall. It's his corner turn, man. Hall is disruptive, but I want disruptive out of my 3 technique. To me, John, the edge needs coffee, right? And coffee is for closers only. You got that? Put that coffee down, Derek Hall, because he's the guy who's going to push the quarterback up into the pocket. And then you need another 3 technique to necessarily close the door. Whereas the Bears, so the gist on what I think you're looking for out of a 3 technique, let's say, just to draw it out so that we're all talking about the same thing. Like, we've got our 5 offensive linemen. I hope to God I'm getting the X side and the O side right. This is real. Yeah, anyways. So X's is going to be defense right here, where we've got your 1T, where you got your 3T, you got your like, I don't know, your wide guys. The 3 techniques' only job is to just get the quarterback to move one way or another. You'll see this. Like, in my opinion, the quarterback the 3 technique doesn't have to collect the sack. There are going to be a lot of people that are going to say they need to. This is where, honestly, Dexter will do a better job than you realize. Like, he moves the quarterback. Now, does he do it that often? We'll get there. Does Pickens do it that often? Good question. I mean, a lot of these guys got, in a sense, played out of position. Yeah, exactly, Ryan. Like, the Dexter is probably going to be the 1 technique, and I think he played better there, but he did play some 3 technique, and especially there are some hot reps against Kentucky. Like, exactly, Jordan. Like, we're getting there. We're going through the meat of it as quickly as we can. But so the 3 techniques' job is just to basically throw the offense off their timing, move the quarterback at all. Like, interior pressure, if you collect the sack, then your edges did a really amazing job, because sometimes they're just trying to play contain and just sit on the edges, and you'll get the quarterback who runs into a sack. That's the 3 technique. And if that sounds like something Justin Fields encountered a lot, that's because other teams do this pretty doggone well when they've got a 3 technique they can play. So I guess the 3 technique would be this one. 1 technique in many cases is going to 2 gap and play contain so that the quarterback can't step up and out. It literally is feature the 3 technique. This guy go feast. That's where Jalen Carter would have come in handy, but Jalen Carter got passed on by who? By your Chicago Bears, who were picking at 9, and then they moved down to 10. Personal opinion. We said this before. I have to say it again. It's the only thing I'm able to say, right? We don't know. Like, was Jalen Carter the right choice? I don't know. I couldn't say yes. I couldn't say no. Like, because we aren't in the room, right? Jalen Carter ends up going to the 1 team that, if technically, Chris, 8 teams, because it's Houston twice. But did I get that right? Yeah, I think it's. Or is it total 9? Anyways, the point is that if Jalen Carter does literally nothing, if Jalen Carter gets cut tomorrow, the Eagles are still just fine. They're the 1 team. Not only do they have a bazillion of his literal teammates in Georgia Bulldogs, but the Bears end up in a position to, or not the Bears, the Eagles could cut him tomorrow, and their roster is okay. This is the perfect team for the gamble. So, in my opinion, Drex, exactly like what you're building towards, it made me feel better as a Bears fan that the Bears traded down. Sure, it's just a 2024 4th. That's not what we'll probably say next year, when that's another free shot at a guy like Tyler Scott, who knows, super fun draft pick, right? All that fun and fanfare about pick number 133 is what the Bears got to not take Jalen Carter. Is that a huge meal ticket? No. In fact, I'm pretty sure it's one of the most inexpensive trade-ups maybe ever. But part of that's because I'm pretty sure that the Eagles and the Bears both knew what was going on. The Bears knew who the Eagles were coming up for. The Eagles knew who the Bears were deliberately passing on. It was mutual. But that's not necessarily an excuse. It's just free money in that sense. Like, so within that, because exactly, Akusai, Pitt spent a 4th this year, right, to go from 17 to 14. So the fact that the Bears only got a future 4th, could I complain about it? Theoretically, but it's not how that. I don't know. It's exactly true. There's a question of why did the Eagles trade up? Chances are they got the cheap meal, or the Bears got the cheap meal ticket, because the Eagles were like, I'm not trading up for any more than this. But I digress. The point is that we saw the tackles. Kudos to Poles. the tackles were gone by here, 14. That dream trade up that the Bears, or trade down that the Bears had thought about going down to 17, that didn't exist. Like, Chris, this is exactly the argument that I'm making. Like, the Bears couldn't have gone any lower than this. And I agree with you, John. I do think that the Jets got screwed. The Bears end up taking a very good player at 10 that I struggle to find unhappiness with. Does that make sense, everybody? Like, do I think Darnell Wright is the absolute studliest, best player possible for the Bears? I don't know. Technically, Carter probably fits that description better than Wright. But Wright is a very safe choice. He's much more ready to play, I think, than Paris or Broderick, and I love both of those guys. Like, I think Paris could be the best tackle of the bunch. I think Broderick, in 2 years, might eclipse Paris. But Darnell Wright, I struggle to see him and see the pass protector that he is, the demeanor that he plays with, the way that he advanced his game, the competition that he played against, the film that we will review this evening, and not see positive things. Like, it's good investment. It's polls predicting a run. Like, that's the thing. We've talked all the time about how pace would be either the first or way late on a positional run. The Bears take their tackle at 10. They are gone. Gone by 14. No more of them. Somebody even trading up for them. Like, I personally think that, exactly, Josh. Like, I don't want to toot the Bears horn too hard because that's not really the point here. It's more like when people say that this Bears draft strikes me as eat your vegetables. I would agree. The first round pick isn't going to sizzle like crazy. Neither are two of the second round picks. But the Bears end up investing in Justin Fields. They turned number 1 overall into, oh gosh, that's a terrible thing. Like, yeah, so they turned number 1 into a wide receiver 1, an OT 1, technically they turned it partially into a CB2, and then a 2024 first, and a 25 second. So, not bad for one. Like, or not bad, or not a bad haul for number 1. And effectively, if you take a look at these two, a passing game starter kit, right? Because the Bears didn't have the juice. They do get a 2024 fourth from number 1. Oh yeah, I guess you're right, because it all, yeah, you get it. Like, we're on the same page. The point is that the Bears end up, I think, coming out much better for wear. They give Justin Fields, or whatever quarterback it's going to be, but they give Justin Fields a much better chance at succeeding in the passing game. Do I think that the Bears are done? Not at all. I mean, they desperately need some edge help. Can we agree? They probably need a star 3 technique eventually, but they invested a lot at linebacker, for better or for worse. Their secondary is in a position to be called not just like, I don't know, right now because there's a rookie involved. The Bears have an NFL average secondary, which is positive compared to where they were a year ago. If Kyler Gordon and Jaquan Brisker take a step forward, like, oh, Drex, when I talk about maybe on Justin Fields, just know, everybody in this chat, just know, whenever I say maybe on Justin Fields, it's purely because I think it's best practice for us to continue making clear that Justin Fields has to prove himself so that we don't do the sunk cost thing. I already did this with Trubisky, finding every way possible to Jimmy every snap of film in his favor. I don't really want to do that anymore. Like, I want to see Fields prove himself. I think he will. And so until then, like, until the moment that he has, we don't know who the 2024 quarterback is, but the point is that the Bears are putting themselves in the driver's seat to support whoever the 2024 quarterback is very well, whether that's Fields, whether that's Caleb Williams, whether that's Drake May, doesn't matter, right? Like, yeah, exactly, John. Like, that, I look at this as an absolute win, to use the meme. Like, the Bears invested at a position that they needed to invest in. Like, Jordan, to every other draft Nick in the chat, there is all kinds of evidence that if you don't take your tackle in the top 16, top 20 picks, you basically don't have a tackle. And so I look at this and I think to myself, how important is Darnell Wright to the offense? Pretty much as important as Jalen Carter is to the defense, which to me makes choosing away from Carter and towards Darnell Wright super defensible. Does it work? Will it work? I don't know. Do you guys have a crystal ball? Because I don't. I would have loved to live in the world where Ryan Poles thought that Jalen Carter was the dude. But John, you pointed this out earlier. Like, if Jalen Carter was the dude, why didn't Seattle take him? If Jalen Carter was the dude, why did Detroit pass on him? Why did Atlanta? I mean, Atlanta actually makes some sense, but like Vegas makes some sense. Why did Arizona not want him? Like, the film that we've seen from Carter is legitimately generational. Like, I hope I am the channel that you guys know doesn't throw that word around lightly. So to me, when you've got plenty of teams that flat out need a guy like Jalen Carter and they pass on him, that bolsters the argument that Ryan Poles saw something that somebody else also saw. And the fact that Howie Roseman, again, the only position that that sits on, it's nice to see. It's nice to see. Josh, I did. That's part of the argument I'm making is guys like, again, we can complain. We can complain about guys like Gervon Dexter, right? Okay, actually, hang on. I want to run a straw poll real fast. Let me see if I can do this through YouTube itself. You have to close your eyes. You have to promise me that you're going to participate in this as if all the people in here, you have to do this earnestly, okay? I'm going to type a poll in the chat, and you are going to answer what you thought was the better value before you actually saw where they were drafted. Tell me that worked. Okay. And then I want to talk about it as you guys answer. Because to me, there is, I think that there are a lot of people. I'm going to answer. Let me see. Do I get to answer this? Again, I need you guys to be as honest as you possibly can. Jordan, that's part of why I'm using Josh Downs, right? There are a lot of people. That Josh Downs was an absolutely spectacular receiver in this class. I mean, he did all kinds of things. I know I'm not huge on the guy, but that doesn't mean that he wasn't the consensus 40th, 45th, 50th pick in the draft. John, I'm with you. I loved Tyler Scott, but when you talk about draft value, Tyler Scott in the later rounds, I remember I was having conversations with people where I thought there was an interesting value conversation to be had about Downs in the second versus Scott in the third. We were using Scott at 85 was the gist of what we were looking at to gauge value. The Bears end up taking Tyler Scott in basically the fifth round, but pick 133, which is a reminder that Bears fans, you can get a receiver that is at the very least intriguing later in the draft, but it's hard to fake trench guys. Does that mean that you're going to absolutely get won over by Gervon Dexter? Does that mean that you think Gervon Dexter is on the same level as Cody Mock or Keanu Benton? I hope you don't, and I hope you don't hear me thinking they are, but it's a lot harder to find somebody with Gervon Dexter's physical traits and capabilities, or if you'd rather use Zach Pickens, I'll allow it. It's harder to find a guy like Zach Pickens than it is, in my opinion, to find a guy like Tank Dell. When you start to look at the other names, I don't pine for I don't pine for Byron Young. I don't pine for there actually wasn't a lot of defensive talent that got drafted afterwards. I don't pine for Kobe Turner. I don't pine for Broderick Martin, who wasn't even on consensus boards, and I've never heard of him. I don't pine for Siaka Ika. I don't pine for Freeland. I'm not pining for Adetomiwa Adebaware. You get further down the draft, I mean, you have to scroll to find Cameron Young. You have to scroll to get down to Jacqueline Roy. Does this mean that by default these guys are worse? Not necessarily. And Mario, that's the thing. Like, I liked Turner enough, but I get what the Bears are going for, because let me see, Kobe Turner. This obviously is not the entire make of a player's like everything, but you see a guy at least here. Okay, that shuttle time is really solid. Very, very short broad jump. I watched a couple highlights of Turner. He's one of the guys who did not make my 143, which is okay. Mario, if I lied to you, I would be lying to you. But at 293, 6'2", he looks at least like he's relatively small. The 3-cone is a really solid time, so he looks like he's agile. Like, let me see, Kobe, Turner, Raz. Let's see. Killing me. Pick 89. So, at least what I'm seeing, which is not everything, because I get you, Raging Oracle, talking about like 3-cone metric, but the size, I know, at least based on my own estimation, Mario, that I know is stupid. I think Matt Eberflus wants huge dudes. Right? The horrible explosion testing is something that I imagine would stick out to them. The shuttles are great. The length is just okay. But the big difference that you'll find, Raging, is that Aaron Donald, mock draftable, is I'm pretty sure Donald had exceptional explosion metrics, which I didn't necessarily need to look at to know. The 3-cone rules. That's great. But when you take a look at like what Donald was able to do, even compared to defensive tackles, this is part of what makes Donald so exceptional, and it's the reason that a guy like, I'm forgetting his name all of a sudden. It's the reason a guy like Donald's a top 10 pick. Look, as much as I was being a little tongue-in-cheek, right, about the DeForest Buckner, Zach Pickens comparison, because I hope we're all on the same page. I'm not talking to compare the two. Right? DeForest Buckner in college was a dramatically better player than Zach Pickens was, and Zach Pickens is more than likely going to have to fit a role more so than DeForest Buckner, who was a dominator, right? But you take a look at DeForest Buckner, and one of the ways that I know I've seen him win it at his position, it gets weird because when you compare him to defensive line, they like the position makes a little bit more sense. DEs are a lot sprier, but obviously guys like Buckner, who plays 3 technique, is going to be much bigger. So you take a look at this arm length, you take a look at this broad jump. That's largely the way that somebody like DeForest Buckner is going to win. Explosion at the snap, violent arms that are able to allow him to basically swim move you, rip you, like power through you. There's a lot of ways to go about that. Zach Pickens, his mock draftable chart ends up, I don't want to say eerily, but surprisingly similar in the broad jump and the arm length department, which is neat. Will they be able to do the same things? I don't know. We'll see. A lot of that's going to come down to coaching. It's going to come down to the player's want, drive, desire. Corny as that sounds. Like, look, for as many people out there that think that everything's about college film, that's not why Darnell Mooney is the player he is. Darnell Mooney is the player he is because he loved the game enough to go out there and practice. Do we remember hearing that even in the middle of the pandemic, Darnell Mooney basically imported a play call sheet onto his, like a huddle cadence, onto his iPad, hooked it up to a speaker, and went out there and broke the huddle, ran to his spot, lined up, and ran routes by himself, right? Like, there is something to this idea that when the player has it and wants it, they will go and succeed and grow, right? Like, exactly, new poster. Like, they're the guys who say that they love football. They're the guys who flat out don't love football. And then there are the guys who wake up at 5 because they want to. They wake up, or they hit the film room on Friday because they think they need to. They put in the extra work because it wouldn't feel right if they didn't. Like, it's all that stuff, right? And I look at that, and to me, that's the stuff we'll never know. Like, it's like Zach Pickens in his interviews sounds like he wants to work that hard. I hope he does, right? But it's fun to see, like, or it's fun to just ask yourself, like, what could these athletes do? Because in many cases, we don't know. Like, let's see, Raging, you mentioned Mooney should have been spending more time with DBs and facing zone coverage all summer instead of playing catch at JF1. You say that, Raging, but, like, it's worth pointing out that Darnell Mooney was 28% of Justin Fields' game-by-game passing, which totally matches up with the normal wide receiver 1, which is going to exist in the 35% range if they're an absolute crazy animal person, and the 25% range if they're more of the lower-end, spread-the-ball-around wide receiver 1. Darnell Mooney, 8. In accordance with Justin Fields' passing game, there just wasn't much of that to speak of, which is not to dunk on Fields. It's more to point out that the Bears' passing game as a whole should experience the DJ Moore, Darnell Wright, rising tides, lift all boats sort of experience, in my opinion. Khalid, you mentioned, is Velus Jones on the hot seat? I actually think the answer is yes. I don't know about, like, yes. Like, it's not in the extreme, but if Tyler Scott comes out here, blows the doors off of things, and Velus struggles, Pettis could make the team. Like, it's not impossible. Could Velus be a teamer? Maybe. Not looking great. Competition, I'm with you, Ben, is a good thing. And another thing I'll point out is that I am personally a huge fan of the idea that Ryan Poles looked at Chase Claypool, looked at Velus Jones, said, we aren't there yet, we need more, added DJ Moore, added Tyler Scott when he got the chance. It's not incredible, it doesn't have to be the best GM ever, but Ryan Poles clearly saw that he wasn't done and added more. I think that's a huge positive for when we look forward and we say, hey, if Zach Pickens pops off, great. If Javon Dexter looks like a beast, awesome. If they don't, Ryan Poles may very well take one of those firsts and add more, right? Because the roster will need more, and rotation is never a bad thing. If Javon Dexter becomes the starting one tech and Zach Pickens becomes the spark plug off the bench, good. That's okay. Like, it'll be interesting to see the way that this roster shakes out over the next couple weeks, even, just because now we're going to start to get down to, like, fifth wave free agency and cap cuts or cap casualties. Who's to say that that we know what's going to happen, right? And Raging, I know it's a really popular state of mind to say Ryan Poles just drafted Darnell Mooney's replacement. But I'll tell you what, there are a lot of fifth-round picks out there, and there's like 5 of them that have caught a 1,000-yard season ever by the time they were 26. Darnell Mooney has proven production. He's got major rapport with Fields. Based on my understanding, Fields and Mooney spend an inordinate amount of time together. These guys are best friends. And Mooney's really, really good. I totally get what you mean, that there's a lot of people looking, connecting dots, saying Tyler Scott, very physical or similar physical profile to Darnell Mooney, but I think it's okay to say Tyler Scott at 133 was the best value available on the Bears board by a pretty wide margin, and it doesn't need to necessarily come down to they drafted somebody's replacement. I'm sure if the Bears could double Darnell Mooney, that they would just double Darnell Mooney. Exactly, Robert. Like depth, Mike, insurance, decent way to put it. Like, that's the thing. I don't think it has to always come down to replacement. Does that make sense? Like, it can be as simple as good receiver, worst case scenario, good special teamer. But I know what you're saying. And Raging, to my understanding, not that I know everything, Mooney's not asking for more than DJ is. That's for sure. DJ's asking to get broken off. My understanding is Darnell wants to be here, but we'll see what happens. It wouldn't surprise me, Spectre, if Scott ran track. Let's see. One thing I do think is positive. We'll dig it. We'll get there. We got a lot of players to talk through. We're talking a lot at the top of the show. What else do we do around here? Tyler Scott does a great job keeping his speed up. Like, if there's one thing you could take away from Robert Schmitz's opinion on Tyler Scott, he played a lot of outside. I expect him to play a little bit more Z and inside, personally. I think the biggest thing you could say about Scott is that at all three levels of the field, he maintains his speed like a really good hockey skater. When he hits a dig route, he hits it and absolutely rockets out, or like rockets away. When he catches the ball on a screen, his next two steps get him a lot of yak because he starts up quickly and hits the gas. Like, he is the very, very exciting speed player that you want to see, because unlike somebody, just calling a spade, like Velus Jones, whose acceleration isn't near what his top speed is. Like, exactly, Ben. On tape, Tyler Scott's speed is blurry. And then his testing numbers, just so we're all on the same page, for Scott, mock draftable, like, his speed is really fast, 4.44. His on-tape speed feels more like a 4.35, which, does that matter to you? Doesn't have to, but it's great. And he's got experience on the outside, so you could make a real argument that he's got 3 positions of experience, because he should spend more time on the inside and at Z, which, in case you see my hand doing this, it's because the Z moves around. Like, the Z can end up on the outside, can end up on the inside. I think DJ Moore is going to play a lot of Z. The Z is the easy one, right? Or not easy. Think about it this way. Z, in most cases, is the receiver that you're going to move, which is going to show you, are we in man, are we in zone? You're going to place and replace him so that the defense doesn't get a clean matchup against him. This is what you're going to use your best receiver for. It's the reason, you guys can think about it, you guys can itemize it, that when we go back and we look through the top 10 wide receivers, in the NFL, usually about 7 of them are Z receivers, because guys like, technically you could make the argument Justin Jefferson's a slot. We're not going to go there. But like, Cooper Kupp plays a lot of Z. Stephon Diggs plays a lot of Z. Devontae Adams plays a lot of Z. Terry McLaurin plays a lot of Z. Like, it's a whole lot. Like, there's a ton of these guys throughout the NFL that play Z receiver, because when you move Devontae Adams, he gets that much more dangerous. Your matchup against him gets that much less, like, I don't know, designed. Yeah, you get less ability to pick where you're going to match him up, and you end up with Jalen Johnson covering Devontae Adams in the slot, and he beats you for 35 yards. Like, let me see, that's the big read position though, right? The Z. When you say read position, do you mean it's the position that the receiver has to make a read at? Yes. Though, a lot of times that's the option receiver in many cases. The Bears used Allen Robinson as the Z for a good little while, but a lot of guys are going to change positions. It's not going to be that simple to where DJ Moore only plays Z receiver, or Darnell Mooney only plays slot, or Chase Claypool only plays X, even though that's going to be, let's call it the standard base formation of that group. It wouldn't surprise me that if in 12 personnel, I would be shocked if in some cases Claypool got the bump, or didn't get the bump, so that they could get Mooney, Fields' best friend, and Moore, Fields' new best friend, on the field at the same time with 2 tight ends. Now, how often are they really going to use Tanyan and Kmet? I don't know. And my heart may not be able to handle it, because that coulda, shoulda, woulda been Will Mallory, R.I.P. Payne Durham, R.I.P. Luke Schumacher, R.I.P. Brenton Strain, R.I.P. I mean, so many tight ends. Tucker Kraft, no. I wanted one so bad. I will get over it. I will get over it. I have to watch 2 of them in Green Bay. 2 of them. I gave up on Musgrave a long time ago, and now 2 of them are in Green Bay. But That's that's just where we're at. Okay, we just have to grow up. We have to live with it. That Sam Laporta is a Viking. Two of them went to the Packers, and everything sucks. But so, anyways, talking a little bit about, the only viable option was Kuntz in the 7th. It really, really was, Mario. I mean, and it was wild to see. I'll tell you what, if there's one thing that Drex, I won't, because the Bears got Stevenson and 2 defensive linemen, and that matters because you got to remember, does anybody who was here remember how many times people asked me from weeks 3 to 10 before I stopped answering the question? Drew, great to see you. We'll talk a little bit about the Packers draft in a second. I think that makes a lot of sense. But so we talked, or how many times did I get asked, Robert, what could the Bears do to solve the Bears defensive line? And I shrugged my shoulders and said, not really anything. The Bears didn't solve their defensive line, but those 2 picks will go a decent ways towards bolstering the defensive line. They still need an edge. They are still not a good defensive line, but they went from, this is a practice squad group of dudes, to, okay, Justin Jones, Andrew Billings, plus 2 second-round picks. We'll see what we got. We've got a little bit of fun bad on the team now. Travis Gibson, if he doesn't have to command a double, has been okay. If, what is his name? Robinson. Dominique Robinson takes any step forward, positive. They're young. They'll probably not be very good. If the Bears can sign Carl Lawson, that'll help. If they get, Floyd or something like that, maybe that'll help a little bit. Everybody keeps talking about Yannick. If this regime somehow likes Exelion, how you doing? If this regime somehow likes what was his name? Yannick Ngakoue, I will just be stunned. Because Yannick tests the boundary of how bad can you be against the run defense before you just aren't even trying against run defense. And Yannick blurs that line really badly. It's like Quinn when he was trying to set the franchise record and was only rushing the passer against Andrew Thomas against the Giants. That's Yannick on pretty much every down. So you get 7.5 really productive plays, but 17 games, you're going to get 7.5 to 8 sacks, and the entire rest of the game, you are not playing a defensive end functionally, because he's going to line up in the widest 9 alignment possible, and he's going to ignore any run that comes in his direction. And I don't think that's what Eberflus and Ryan Poles are going for. So I think a guy like Frank Clark, I think a guy like Leonard Floyd, they aren't the world's best defensive ends, and I'm not even necessarily thumping the table for them. Ioannidis, there are some other decent players out there, but like you're saying, Josh, I mean, there's other guys that make more sense, right, for the Bears. And it wouldn't surprise me, Matthew, to your exact point, if the Bears are trying to keep some money in their pocket for an opportunity to sign somebody like Carl Lawson that, quote-unquote, shouldn't get cut, but does. It would be not unlike Josh Sitton from a while back, right, where a great cut falls into your lap, and you've got the cap space to capitalize on it, right? And Cornelius, I get you. I do want to make something plain. Gervon, Dexter, and then everybody keeps saying, for some reason, Jones, draftable. I keep hearing a lot of people comparing Gervon Dexter to Chris Jones. And to me, the big thing that matters here is not only that Jones was way faster out of the 10-yard split, but Jones is way longer here at defensive tackle. Here, let's make sure we're comparing the same thing. DL. Let's see. Do we got... Okay, so we need DT on DT. So that's athlete, defensive line, IDL, defensive tackle, bang. So let's see. DL... We've got it on DT and DT. So Jones, sure, he's tall. That doesn't really matter in this case. It's to me the arm length, the 10-yard split, a little bit of the broad jump, but the big one to me is the length, because length really plays into the pass rush. Like, we'll see this when we look at least at Zach Pickens. And you'll see that arm length is a large part of why he's able to win a lot of the pass rush reps that he does. Dexter isn't that long. Like, let me see. I'm totally shooting in the dark here. This may not work at all, but it wouldn't surprise me if Eddie Goldman doesn't have particularly long arms, because a lot of space eaters don't. Now, granted, his are 33 1/8. Javon's are 32 1/4, so it's almost a whole length, right? Or it's almost a whole inch, but it's closer than a guy like Chris Jones, where 2 inches is a massive difference. Going 19th percentile to the 87th percentile is a big swing. And so I'm not trying to tell you that Javon Dexter, I don't know, is or isn't going to be successful. He's obviously athletic if you take a look at this. And his bench press, I'm convinced that there's a point where these guys clear about 20 reps and they just stop. Because these days, we're seeing all kinds of defensive linemen not finish out more than that. And, like, sure, you get the occasional super try-hard kid that pumps out, like, 40, or not 40. They get out, like, 30 reps, and their bench press looks great. But generally speaking, I don't know if I have ever seen anybody that actually, like, that they succeeded on the bench, and you went, yep, I see it on tape. That guy's just stronger than everybody. Right? Like, if you can think of one, let me know. But generally speaking, I've not actually seen a correlation between bench press numbers and play strength. I see a lot of people where they want to show that they can put up at least 15, 20 reps, because generally speaking, that's the NFL expectation, and then they're done, because the bench press is more of an eliminator than anything else. But let me see. Honestly, Drew, I think that's right. Like, let me see, though. It's DeForest Buckner. Somebody asked about DeForest Buckner. Let's go to defensive line. Let's go to IDL. Let's go to defensive tackle. Again, he doesn't compare near as well as somebody like IDL, DT. Zach Pickens and DeForest Buckner are not the same. They're not the same. The 20-yard shuttle for DeForest is better. The 3 cones, 71st percentile 3 cone to 68th percentile 3 cone, they're actually kind of similar. The broad jump, the arm length, they are the same between the two. The vert is comparable, 80th and 65th. Zach beat him on the 40, both the 10-yard split and the 40-yard dash. Like, does this mean necessarily that Zach Pickens is DeForest Buckner? No, I can't say it enough. They're not. But they comp better. They comp better than Dexter to DeForest Buckner. I don't know where people are getting the Dexter Buckner comparison. I don't know where people are getting the Dexter Chris Jones comparison. I don't know. But I can't emphasize enough that if you're going to get super duper excited about one of these guys, like as the Cansey type, Mario, if you're still in here, you mentioned Cansey. I wouldn't be surprised if the Bears were looking at him. Like, now he ended up going 19. He just didn't fit where the Bears were, right? But it wouldn't surprise me given his one gap penetration and how important the Bears see this inside of that. Ben, there's nothing there. Like Jalen Carter got weighed, he got measured, and he left. Remember? In fact, he actually left to go post bail and spend a night in jail, if memory serves. But anyways, the point is that there's a lot of tape to go through. There's a lot of I would try your best to stay sane as people make these wild comparisons and compare a guy like, yes, WFM, are you kidding me? Do you recognize why I'm wearing this hat? Do you guys know what I'm giving up to give you this content? Like the stream, because I'm missing my guys for this, which I love. I want to do this full time eventually, but I am absolutely all over the NFL playoffs. I'm hoping to see if I can't squeeze in a piece of the third. But so yeah, John, you can. Let me see. So this is, no, it's Dallas Stars. But so that's Zach Kuntz, mock draftable. Yeah, this was crazy. Now, one thing I want to just point out that that everybody, I do want to just say this, okay? If you're a rookie draft, Nick, there's something to notice about Zach Kuntz, about Christian Gonzalez, about Joey Porter, and a couple other players, right? The other player that's on the other side of this would be guys like Jack Campbell, guys like, oh my gosh, what is his name? Luke Schoonmaker fits what I'm right about to talk about. Like, when you take a look at one thing that's clearly valuable and the other thing that's clearly not, it's your play intensity. Zach Kuntz doesn't want to block anybody. Zach Kuntz's film is honestly kind of sad, as is sometimes Gonzalez's and Porter's. They don't want to be physical. They don't want to be violent. And I know it's a violent game. I know it's not about that all the time. But clearly, NFL coaches take issue with guys that are the S word that I will not say on camera because I'm 5'5". If I went out and called NFL players the word that I'm implying, I would get beat up. And I would take that beating because I get that that's just not something you can say about these guys. Clearly, with guys like Kuntz going in the 7th round, this matters. Like, if you're a tight end that's not willing to put your helmet down and block, you won't get drafted, regardless of what you can do in the receiving game. And if you're a corner that's not willing to get dirty in the run game, Emmanuel Forbes, who a light breeze might blow him away, is going to get drafted above you. Exactly, Chris. Like, Witherspoon was drafted above Gonzalez because of that. I still think, Chris, that to me, that's poor value. Like, raging. The word is, usually people will give an adjective. They'll say charming, and then they'll say the word that I'm thinking of. But if that doesn't lead everybody to water, then I can't make everybody drink. But so I do think, for what it's worth, that it'll be interesting to just see like how some of this stuff goes along. But it's good to know for the future where we can see that clearly the guys willing to get dirty and make the extra play are the guys that end up getting rewarded for it. That's the Schoonmaker pick. Now, Drew, if you're still here, I do want to go over the Packers draft, the rest of the NFC North draft, and then we'll cover a little bit of the Bears. I want to like the LVN pick more. Now, that's not because I'm a Packers hater, right? It's because, to me, I love Lucas Van Ness. I found myself continually going back to him. He was my Mac Jones, right? Where everybody says he's going to be awful, and I just didn't believe it. The more tape that I watched, the more I was like, no, he's really good. I just see him as a 3-tech, right? And so, to me, the Packers look like they're going to have him 1-for-1 replaced with Preston Smith, which I get. Like, they're going to protect their investment in Rashad Gary. Rashad Gary's a stud. They're going to have Van Ness crash the pocket. To me, new poster, he showed unique athleticism and exceptional ability to play with strength. Exceptional ability to play with strength. Like, there's a lot of guys that are strong, and there are not as many guys that can bully NFL prospects the way that Lucas Van Ness did. And that makes an impact to me. Like, the more that I take it, or the more that I watch the guy's film, the more guys I watched him blow up, the more I know I kept coming back and saying, this guy's really, really solid. So to me, using him as a defensive end, it just bums me out a little bit, because a defensive end, usually you need to be at least 2-pitch kind of guy, right? You can have your bull rush, but you need at least one more move. And at 3 technique, you don't. Like, it would help if you had 2 pitches, but you can explode through people at 3 technique. And that's enough. Like, and so I'm going to be intrigued to see the way the Packers deploy him. Again, I expect him to play defensive end. I don't know if they're going to get the value out of him that I thought somebody could have. But like you're saying, Raging, he very well could grow into being JJ Watt, and honestly, Drew, if they use him in both positions, I'm here for it. The Packers also drafted a guy whose name I've been stumping for months at this point. I think Jaden Reed's a beast. I'm bummed out to see him in green and gold because, again, anybody that the division takes, I have to watch twice a year against me. And, I think Jaden Reed's a stud. I think he is strong. I think he plays like he's 6'2", both at the catch point. Frankly, sometimes he plays like he's 6'4", and as a blocker. I think he'll be a slot at the NFL level, but the Packers needed an inside complement to their outside threat in Christian Watson, and I think that Reed gets them that. I'm frankly kind of surprised they didn't take Smith-Jigba, but I'm thankful for that as a Bears fan. Going a little bit further down, we'll talk Lions in just a bit, guys. We'll get there. We'll go through a couple more picks. Let me see. Who did the Packers take down here? I forgot. They took Kraft and they took Musgrave. Now, Musgrave freaks me out. As somebody who was a fan of a lot of these tight ends, Musgrave is outrageously fast. Let's see. So he's outrageously fast. He blocks really hard. He missed so many more games than he played in the last 2 years. I'm really worried that he can, whether or not he can stay healthy. Now, I say that as me trying to just relay my draft evals. Musgrave was one of the few guys that I came back and said, this guy scares me. Because he's got a lot of the tools that are going to drive him up the draft board, but he's got a lot of red flags that are going to freak people out. Or they're going to freak me out, right? Because he could easily become somebody who's just hurt all the time. And then everybody goes, rats, how did this happen? And the proof might have been in the pudding. But like you're saying, he was a tight that's the problem, Drew. I thought the tight end class was awesome. I think that there's a non-zero chance that Kraft ends up the better tight end anyways. The handcuff was great. Honestly, I mean, the Packers taking Kraft later down the draft, to me, gets them insurance. If Musgrave's never anything, Kraft could very easily still become a weapon. Kraft might be better than Cole Kmet. Just being real with you. And so if you end up with Kraft as your tight end 1 and Musgrave hurt, you still came out for the better because a 50-50 hit rate on draft picks is really not so bad. If you actually come out with 2 solid tight ends, you get a lot of mileage out of Jaden Reed, Christian Watson, Tucker Kraft, and Luke Musgrave in 12 personnel, especially with the way the Packers like to run their offense, where they will just run the snot out of 12 personnel. It'll be really cool. Let's see. Is Kraft the 10 Raz guy? I don't think Kraft is the 10 Raz guy, but Kraft, as well as almost literally every other tight end in this draft, just had a bunch of studs. Exactly, Kusai, right? You could say that the Patriots really killed it in that tight end draft, or something like that anyways. So I like the Vikings draft in general, but it does feel like they struggled from their picks perspective, just because they didn't have that many. Let me see. It is Vikings, just to make sure I get them all. Addison's really solid. Let's see. I think the Bears caught a break because it wouldn't surprise me if both of these guys were about to be Vikings, but then they weren't. And so Addison's going to be nice and dangerous for the Vikings. He really will be. But I'm happier to see somebody who would be a statistical outlier at his size and his lack of testing. He basically has to be Devontae Smith. And if he's not Devontae Smith, he's a real issue, right? Because I don't know what Devontae Smith but a step slower or Devontae Smith but a step more imprecise is in the NFL. It might be Dante Pettis. Really fast. So I'm not trying to get on this horn and spit on a bunch of other NFC North picks. I'm trying to be reasonable. I love that the Vikings took a receiver. I love that they loaded up. But the fact that they have to miss the entire second round and finally get another pick down here, it's sweet that they took Ji'Ayer Brown. I love Ji'Ayer Brown. And it really bummed me out that they ended up taking him. Mekhi Blackman is a solid player. Like, honestly, he was one of those guys that I remember at the Senior Bowl. I was like, this guy's pretty solid. I don't have an eval on Jacqueline Roy. I won't pretend to. It's funny to me that they wasted a pick on Jared Hall. I think guys like that just end up being people that the fans just obsess over, right? And for what it's worth, Drew, this guy's a safety. He's my favorite safety in the class. Antonio Smith. Was it Smith? The A&M kid. Now I have to find him. Did I miss him? Because I think he's in the 150s. I was not surprised to see Antonio Johnson way down here. I did not love him. He was one of those guys that I remember going through as a safety, and I was like, what? What are other people seeing? And Mario, I thought the 49ers took Brown too. Maybe this is wrong. Let me see. Is a 49er, which actually makes me feel better. Yay. So who the Vikings? Then now I need to check up the Vikings draft. Yeah, I thought the same thing, Mario. I was like, what on earth? What am I seeing? But let's see. Yeah, I mean, just an absolute stud. So they take Addison, Blackman. I think Jay Ward sucks. Sorry. He's just not athletic. Doesn't have great instincts. Like, played for a good LSU program, got a lot of chances, but I did not love him. Anyways, I feel like the Vikings, for as analytically driven as they are, they really struggled because they didn't have a lot of picks, and they need Addison to cover a lot of ground for them. Like, it's not a good class, like, in my opinion. I'm a lot higher on the Packers class than I am on the Vikings class, and a lot of that has to do with capital. Somebody pointed out online that there are a lot of teams that let me see. You hate those players that are on top teams and don't rise to the top. Yeah, exactly, right. But so I personally think that it's important to not conflate a good draft with we had a ton of picks, like the Lions thing, right? The Bears thing. To some extent, the Texans thing, especially. Like, just because somebody has a bunch of picks doesn't mean that, or high picks, doesn't mean that they won the draft, right? I think it's a lot about how you use your picks. When you take a look at 49ers draft picks, you get the super weird Kyle Shanahan-y one, don't get me wrong, because one of the first ones on the list is a kicker, which is insane. This feels just crazy, but they started out with Ji'Ayer Brown, who, again, I think is absolutely amazing, and I love him for them. I think that they are fabulous. Latu is a solid player overall. I can't pretend to know a ton about actually a lot of these guys. Like, once we get a little further down the chain, love the fact that they took Braden Willis. He's one of my favorite guys that just didn't end up very athletic. Let me see that you said draft grades are positively correlated with the amount of draft capital, but not with player war. Love that. Nikhil, that makes a lot of sense. Josh, I'm with you. I thought the fact that the Texans gave up so much for Will Anderson was coked out. Like, I wish I had a better way to describe it, right? But, like, the fact that the Texans were basically willing to throw everything onto the Will Anderson bandwagon, I was like, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. What are we doing? Like, we are not even, that would be not dissimilar to the Chicago Bears, your Chicago Bears fans, throwing a 2021 first in so that they could draft Quentin Johnston, or like, it's just weird because, like you're saying, Akusai, they aren't near good enough. Like, the roster is not even close to competitive. Jordan, we talked about LVE, Packers draft, and a couple other things, so you'll have to go back and see it. But anyways, the point being that, to me, what was nicest about this Chicago Bears draft is purely the fact that they didn't try to do more than the board allowed. They end up getting a stud at the top of the fourth in Roschon Johnson. They end up getting a stud in the end of the fourth, like in, what is that, with 133. They end up, I'm not going to sit here like some crazy Bears fan that's going to tell you that, I literally have to look up his name just to be sure I get it right, that Terrell Smith is a star, right? There are some people out there that are like, I love Terrell Smith. I didn't watch Terrell Smith yet. I don't know. Like, so I won't pretend to you one way or another. But then Sewell is super fun. Like, where does he fit on a football field? We don't really know. But maybe he's a project edge. Maybe he's a Sam linebacker with a lot of control. Maybe he becomes some bizarre 3-tech, which could be interesting, if nothing else, because he's certainly got the body to handle a little bit of extra weight. I don't know. We'll see. They clearly have some kind of kooky project for him. But the Bears end up with a draft that I personally think I came into this draft begging for the team to build towards good depth. I don't know about you guys. I feel like the Bears ended up giving themselves a really solid shot at good depth without trading away future capital. In fact, picking up future capital throughout the draft as we build towards a year where it's easy to forget that 2024, or let me see, it's Chicago Bears. Look, I get it. We've spent way too much time in the last decade looking at the Chicago Bears salary cap calculator, but I really want you guys to go through and remember, because it only dawned on me today that the Bears don't have a lot of people to sign to future commitments. So this 121 mil in cap space, that's a real figure. Normally, you look at almost literally at another team. Here, let's pick one. Let's pick, I'm trying to think of one that's like fair. Let's pick the Titans, right? The Titans have to, like, I can't remember if Deshaun Hand is any particular good, but this may not have worked because I want to. Mario Edwards, I guess, but like normally you take a look at some of these guys and you see they could spend some money, but they don't absolutely have to spend some money. Like you mentioned, you talked about raging JJ, like where if they don't love Jalen Johnson's shoulder, they don't have to extend him. If they did extend him, cap space comes down to like 100, right? If they extend Kmet, cap space comes down to I don't think anything, because he's not a UFA until 2024, right? The Bears don't have a lot on their roster right now. Like, they're kind of in the same situation as the Lions, where the Lions can make some really kooky decisions in the draft and still not end up in trouble because their 2024 cap space is pretty pure, and the guys that they have to extend this offseason don't really exist. Like, once they get to 2024, they start losing guys, right? Like the end of the year, but they're not there yet. And even then, as you go through this list specifically, it's not really any of their core guys. All right, ERFA, Ji'Ayer Gibbs, get out of here, guys. But so it's going to be interesting. Like, yes, censored, they do have to hit the cap floor, but it's worth mentioning, censored, that they have to hit it by March. So they've got a little while to extend guys, add guys. There's a lot of like ways that the Bears can hit the cap floor. It turns out, in an unsurprising twist, that I probably made way more of a meal out of that than it should have been. That's what you get for listening to a 28-year-old analyst. You guys are growing up with me as we go. But so it's all to say that the Bears are basically putting themselves in position to take this offseason, try to do it again, and then become pretty doggone good. Like, the smart money move would be to just assume the Bears aren't pushing their chips in yet, because they aren't. Like, the Bears don't see this next season as the all-in season. They see 2024 as the all-in season. They see 2025 as the deadline season. Like, that's when you really got to start hitting. It is a thought out and thorough process. Like you're saying, Jordan, is it longer than maybe you wanted it to be? Can be, but they are building good depth. Guys like Tyler Scott help you to where when, when Darnell Mooney, not that I wish this on him, twinges a hamstring in week 6, you've got a decent receiver that can step in and play for you. When Chase Claypool, tweaks his knee again, right? You have somebody to step in and play for you. I still want to see the Bears add a little bit more interior depth. The fact that the Bears right now only have Lucas Patrick and Larry Borum. Actually, Larry Borum is just not that bad a swing tackle. Finally, Borum is in the swing tackle spot. Do I love him? No. But we're talking about a 5th-round pick. It's cheap. Cheap swing tackle, right? Not a starter, thank the Lord. And so, like, you can start to add more and more and more guys just sprinkled across the roster. Roschon Johnson, for instance, he's probably going to step in and be the RB1, which is ridiculous but true, with Khalil Herbert playing the change pace back role like he has continued to, Homer being an extra 3rd down guy, and Foreman being the Marion Barber role of when Herbert gets tired, you bring him in and just boom, hit people. So, like, I hear you, Matt. Like, I get you that, like, it'd be nice if the Bears added an extra guy. They still might. I'm not taking it out of the question. But at least since they invested a top 10 pick in offensive tackle, we can agree that the offensive line has some really solid investment in there. Let's see. Somebody mentioned earlier, let's see, who's Huey can be the backup left guard. Are you talking about Leatherwood? Or did you say you? Or are you trying to say he? Like, let's see. The Marion Barber role, yes, stay in bounds, right? The line is young, Akusai, which is nice. It wouldn't surprise me if the Bears wanted their center and didn't get it, right? Like, just being real with you guys. It wouldn't surprise me taking a look at this. The guys that I have in mind, it's just an opinion, but I think the Bears really wanted Joe Tippmann, and then he went 43. Only so much you can do, right? The Jets got screwed on offensive tackle. They added the center/guard that they wanted, which sucks, because I wanted it, and I bet you the Bears did too. Then down here at 97, I'm almost certain the Bears got scooped, and that this pick right here, 103, would have been Ricky Stromberg, but it wasn't. So instead, they traded down. They end up getting Tyler Scott back, basically, if I'm remembering it correctly, as well as still adding Roschon Johnson, which is pretty neat. Then up a little further, I wouldn't be surprised if the Bears like Juice Scruggs. Would the Bears have taken Juice Scruggs at 64? I hope not. I'm going to look into the camera and say that again. I hope they wouldn't have. Sometimes it's better to be lucky than good. And so maybe the Texans took a bullet for the Bears. And for that, I think I am okay. But it wouldn't surprise me if Scruggs was another target that the Bears would have been looking for at 103. That's at least my perspective. And like you're saying, Mario, I think it's key that to note that the Bears wanted a center that could theoretically play guard. I think they wanted one of these interior guys, right? Like the guys that could play both at this point. And so Scruggs, in that case, I guess, makes some sense. Like, where, let's see, why did they pass on 57 for a CB? They needed a CB, in my opinion, censored. Like, their other CB at this point is who? Oh, you got to remember, censored, that in the Bears defense, there's 5 starting corners. It's not 5. Whoa, 3 starting corners. There's the nickel, where I think that they have Kyler projected. There's the outside corner, where obviously they're going to have Stevenson at this point. And then there's Jalen Johnson, who's obviously the starter until his shoulder absolutely gives out. Now, is Jalen Jones an intriguing UDFA? Intriguing, sure. Yes, but is Vildor decent depth? Yeah, but are they the kinds of guys that you need to plant your flag and say, these are our guys, come hell or high water, and we are sticking with them? No, that's just silly. We're way too early in the process. And Jordan, about being aggressive enough, I'll tell you that I applaud the Bears for at the very least trying, Jordan, to stay patient. I mean, they took some losses between 43, whoop, we are way too big on that. They took some losses between 43 and 51. Like, I mean, there's an amazing amount of these guys that I don't know. I'm not in the room. But Tippmann, Brents, White, Mock, maybe Martin, doubt it, Benton, and Smith. 6 out of those 8 picks, I think, were, like, bloody. Just because I think all those guys were like, I bet when they got to 42, they were feeling great. And then the drop down to 53 stung. You got to remember, I was sitting with Giants fans. Like, you want to talk about how the draft is hard? I was sitting with Giants fans that as we got to around 20, we were feeling great about getting a wide receiver down here at 25. And then they go wide receiver, wide receiver, wide receiver, wide receiver, and the dream dies fast. Like, it's exactly, Mario. Like, the boat filled with water. I appreciate the Bears sticking to their guns. If there is one thing that I would say as criticism, to me, you got to wonder whether the Bears could have gotten 39. Like, you really had a team willing to give you DJ Moore, and you couldn't trade 39 for 61, but it's just a thought. You guys know me. I am as favorable as I can be towards trades that did not happen because we don't know. And to pretend that we know, I think, ends up old man shouting at cloud more often than not, right? Like, to yell about didn't get enough ends up feeling weird because most of the time it means you overvalued something, right? But from a leverage perspective, you have to wonder, like, okay, they really were willing to hand you DJ Moore, but you couldn't get 39 instead of 61, but that's fine. Like, and what it cost you was one of those players. Like, instead of Tyreek Stevenson, you end up exactly, Mario. It would have been obscene value. Like, that's why I'm like whispering a criticism. I'm whispering a criticism and leaving it at that. Because Turu, to your point, if they say deal, I think that Poles needed the deal more than Carolina did. Like, when you talk about leverage, Turu, the funny part is that the Bears were, what's the word? The Bears were feigning leverage, but I don't think they had leverage. Like, I am a huge believer that the longer the process would have went on, the less and less valuable number one would have been worth. I am still a believer that if you tried to trade DJ Moore at the trade deadline last year, it would have cost you a 1 and a 2 at a minimum, probably 2 1s. DJ Moore is extremely valuable. Wide receiver is only becoming a more and more valuable position, which makes me feel like the Bears basically got 3 1s to 2s for the price of number one, which is plenty. Like, plenty. So it doesn't bother me. Like, let's see. Jordan, what are you saying? Federer's not an idiot. They couldn't surrender a wide receiver 1 and then surrender a wide receiver. Exactly, Jordan. Like, I know what they're working towards. And Robert, you're right, because there wasn't a ton of trade down opportunities that ended up really left there. Matt, I wouldn't be surprised if you're correct as well, that you could have gotten 39 and 21 or 25 and 1. And I'll tell you, if I had to choose between pissing off Scott Fitterer and not ending up with DJ Moore, or just taking my lumps and going at 61, I would have made the same decision. We just don't know, right? And the drop from 39 to it ended up being 57 was a painful one. That's the draft. Like, I appreciate, Jordan, even though I know it's not your way, and I think that's all right, that the Bears weren't going to plant their flag on any specific player over standing pat and trying to maintain value. Like, I don't mind. As much as it hurt, as much as I know we don't necessarily love the player right now, I look at I look at the choices that they made, and I can see an attempt to stay at where they were and to be brave in doing so. Kudos to them for at least trying. Like you're saying, Josh, it was different. Like, aggressiveness only works when your conviction is correct. Instead, the Bears basically added a ton of depth because you still had a ton of controllable contracts. I don't think we like as many of the players as much as we did, but if you gave me the choice between Dexter and Pickens versus just Benton, I end up thinking that the 2 players is helpful given the state of the roster for the Bears. 2 B- projects is more interesting to me than 1 B+ to A- player, even though I like Benton way more than I like probably either of those 2. It's fine. 2 dudes is really, 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 really important, in my opinion, because you end up like with a roster that has more aggregate talent. It's got more guys that at least have some development upside. Like, I mean, guys, we're talking about an entertainment product, right? That's one thing that gets so tough. Like, I love this sport too. I am basically dedicating my life in some cases to this sport. And all the same, like, we're talking about an entertainment product. Give me a reason to watch the defense. Like, we stopped watching on streams because it was just so boring, right? It was just watching a bunch of nobodies that weren't going to be on the team, and they're not, get destroyed on defense. And it was no fun to watch. It didn't teach us anything. Like, it was gross. Now there's a reason to watch that defensive tape. There's something to see. It is entertaining. And like you're saying, Mike, it's about bodies. Like, it's about a bunch of guys, letting them flow, like, in a rotation. And yeah, right, Ben? And so that Teru, it was gross. It was gross. And so I'm not saying that the rotation that the Bears have right now will fix everything. Probably won't. I'm not saying that. Honestly, like, the Bears aren't done on defense, but they're better. They're a lot closer than they were last year to NFL average on defense. They're not there yet. They still need 2 decent edges before they are truly average, right? But they're closer to being able to run their actual scheme. They are 1 decent edge signing away from feigning a real defense instead of a back 7. And honestly, at times it was a back 5, like last year. And that back 5 included 2 rookies. Maybe it's Chase Young. I'm going to be honest, Nikhil. I doubt it. I think Jadeveon Clowney makes more sense, and even he doesn't make much. Like, the biggest problem that I have with, and Saul, I don't agree with that. I think the Bears would be lucky to be a top 20 defensive team. They were just dead last by a healthy margin. I think top 25 is a realistic benchmark. I think top 20 is a more possible benchmark. Or not more possible. That's a decent stretch goal. Ben, like you're saying, I think the offense being top 20. Oh no, Adam, is it seriously up there? I thought I took it off. Like, because it's supposed to be hidden. Let me see. Why is it up there? It's supposed to not show. Like, now discussing Darnell Wright is supposed to not be showing. It's going to break my heart if it really is showing. But let me see. Like, just because it's not supposed to be a thing. Like, let's see. What about Leonard Floyd? Let's see. Leonard, it's gone now. Neat. Yeah, we'll get there. Like, it was supposed to. That sucks. Thank you guys for telling me. It's supposed to be there for when people check the VOD and we're going through different prospects. It can get really confusing. People can go, "What are we talking about?" And I want to build a cadence of having a little label. I would want a label, right? But that's how it goes. Love you guys. I think censored. That's a kick in the nads. That hurts. Like, anyways, so I am heartbroken. Anyways, so the neat piece about the Bears for next year is that you should actually be able to. So the way you tried to watch the team last year, that's the way you can watch the team this year. What I never tried to tell you guys, but instead tried to hint to you guys, is that it was smarter last year to literally cheer for losing. This year, you could cheer for as many wins as you want. Like, like at this point, let's see, decent, fairer than average. I think I lost you. But so let's see. Feels like something that should be put in during post or editing. No, I get you. Tumultuous. There's a piece of this that just like, the more I can do during the stream, the more I'm down to do, because post and editing takes forever. But so, yeah, exactly. Cheer for the Panthers to fall apart. Like, QB development, absolutely, Drew. Last year, the Bears just needed to lose because of what we saw. Like, I mean, honestly, think about how much further back the team is if they picked a 5, right? We say that, but they wouldn't have had the wide receiver 1, right? Like, the Moore trade swings almost everything. Like, exactly, Mario. I mean, 6 wins would be a lot at this point. And Frosty, it breaks your heart to cheer for losing. Like, it doesn't work. I mean, I had a friend of mine who I was on the phone with that actively screamed in excitement when Fields threw that crushing Week 14 interception against the Packers that we later found out was Equanimeous St. Brown's awful route. But it doesn't matter. Like, he was excited that the Bears were going to effectively steal defeat from the jaws of victory and get ever closer to what was clearly becoming a race for number one at that point. But like you're saying, as censored, if they get another top 5 pick, that's not so bad. I mean, hey, to everybody out there that wants Marvin Harrison Jr., you probably need a top 3 pick to get that. To get Verse, you probably need another top 5 pick. Like, let's be blatant and clear. Marvin Harrison Jr., unless he tears his quad, like, if Marvin Harrison Jr. tears his ACL, he's going top 10. Like, I mean, for the Bears to get Marvin Harrison Jr., they have to suck. Or the Panthers have to suck. Like, John, I'm not trying to crush your MHJ dream. It's more to say that, like, Marvin Harrison is so good that a lot of Bears fans out there love you guys that are getting excited about, the Bears are going to draft. Thank you so much, Knox. Thank you so much. That is so kind of you. You have no idea how much it helps. I really appreciate it. The amount of Bears fans out there that are saying, oh yeah, just wait next year till we get Marvin Harrison. I'm like, what do you think we're going to get him at? 8? No. Like, Marvin Harrison is going to mirror Jamar Chase more than he's going to mirror, Jackson Smith-Njigba. Like, the way that I love JSN, but like MHJ is so good that we have to be reasonable about where he's going to go. Just so we know what we are and aren't cheering for, right? Ben, if we are I agree with you. Like, if we're top 5 due to bad offense, that's going to be really heartbreaking. I got to tell you, Ben, I am not trying to gas you up too much. To me, the more I look back at this, the more I find myself constantly coming back to, Claypool was healthy for like a game. Not literally. Like, Claypool was like healthy and online with Fields for one game. And they picked up 60 yards in a quarter before Claypool ripped his knee up, or tweaked his knee, whatever you want to call it, missed the game. And from that moment, Fields threw for another 150 yards on like 5 balls. Like, we watched the Eagles game and the Bills game, and we saw Fields getting better at the semantic stuff. We also saw Cole Kmet drop a ball that hit him in the face. We saw Dante Pettis drop a ball that hit him in the hands. Like, we saw a bunch of stupid little mistakes that held the offense back. We also saw this same offense, next to no pieces, with Darnell Mooney, put up 30-plus points 4 weeks in a row, 20-plus points 6 weeks in a row. Really good. Ben, I got to tell you, if DJ Moore, Nate Davis, Darnell Wright, say what you will about Tyler Scott, he's going to get included. And the fact that Chase Claypool, say what you will, the fact that Chase Claypool is in a contract year, that doesn't get talked about enough. Like, Jordan, you talk about, I honestly can't wait. I'm not making fun of you. Like, I honestly can't wait until Claypool shuts people up. It's not that simple. Chase Claypool is in a contract year. He could be the diva-ist diva. This is the year to buy in. Like, he doesn't get a choice. I mean, that if Chase Claypool doesn't put up 600 yards, he will not get paid. This is about money, right? And so it can be about money. Let that motivate him. I mean, I'm a huge believer that what do I want, guys? Let's be plain. I don't believe in a world. I don't believe in the fantasy world where the Bears manage to sign Claypool and Mooney to extensions with DJ Moore on the team. I don't think that's real. Maybe it happens. It would be the first time, basically. What I think will happen is that Claypool and Mooney have good seasons. Mooney gets extended. Claypool hits the open market, turns into a third or fourth round compensatory pick. The Bears effectively trade pick number 32 for a compensatory third with Darnell Mooney now still on the roster. Bears draft another receiver to take his spot with one of those firsts or maybe a second. And then they move on from there. This would be normal. This would be standard business, right? Exactly, Mondo. I wouldn't be surprised if that's actually what happens. But so, yeah, I mean, maybe that's honestly not a bad way. Like the tag and trade, that could very well work too, Matt Bergeron, or Matthew Brown. You could tell how much draft I did. But it's more to say that I think that there's this very reasonable path forward where, that's the thing, Jordan, where the Bears, the best way to put it is it's like the Wentz trade with the Colts, right? Where the Bears may not make the move good, but they will lessen the bad, because nothing does worse for the Bears right now than putting Claypool in position to catch 200 yards. But if he catches 600, if he catches 650, he will have a market. Like, given that Justin Fields is going to throw for 3,500 yards, best case scenario. Do we agree? And so, like, within this, the Bears could easily help him get a compensatory pick so that, again, you're basically downgrading 32 for something else. And at least you're getting something back. Like, there's a lot of people that are making the Claypool trade completely zero-sum. It's not completely zero-sum. You just need to build his value back up, which is not impossible, and he should be bought in enough to where it should be reasonable to do it. This offense, if this offense with, again, let's go through it again. Nate Davis, Tevin Jenkins probably doing function of the same thing. A veteran center playing in place of Sam Mustipher. So a small upgrade, right? With some O-line depth. Same O-line depth as last year. So that doesn't actually really change. A wide receiver 1. A motivated Chase Claypool. A running back 1. That pretty much 1-for-1 replaces David Montgomery. Pretty much replaces David Montgomery. Maybe he's a little bit faster, right? But Roschon, for as much as we say this, so you got to remember we did lose Demo, and Demo was a really, really, really good receiving back. So is Roschon going to be better than, like, I actually need to look at this. Let's see. Roschon Johnson, mock draftable. I'm purely curious what his 40 was, because I don't think it was that fast. Let's see. 4.58. David Montgomery, mock draftable. His 40 was a little slower. So Roschon is slightly faster than the rookie version of David Montgomery. Hey, that's positive, right? Certainly the 10-yard split rocks, whereas Demo's doesn't have a 10-yard split. That's interesting. I didn't realize Demo's vert was so bad. Not that that matters. But do running backs just suck at the vert? Maybe new storyline. Running back sucks at the vert. But anyways, so yeah, Roschon ends up being like, Roschon, by all accounts, is a stud of a person. Like, that doesn't really matter on the football field. Love it. But it makes it easy to cheer for, right? If this offense that we are talking about takes a step backwards or simply produces as many passing yards as last year's offense, it will break my brain. And I will be right here. I will be right here with you guys either way, breaking down what's going on. But it would just stun me if that actually happens. It would just stun me if that's what goes down, right? Are the Bears going to blow the doors off? Probably not. I'm telling you guys right now, I think it's more likely that the Bears go from 150 passing yards to 200 and just 200 than it is that they go from 150 to 250, right? But 200 passing yards, just to be clear, if the Bears net 200 passing yards and Fields runs for 900 yards, maybe 1,000 in a season, you are going to see a Chicago Bears quarterback get MVP votes, because that's how the game works these days. It's bizarre and it's really weird. Like, it's really, really weird. But if Fields actually managed to put up 3,400 passing yards and 1,000 rushing yards, like, yeah, I guess you're right, WFM. It, like, votes in that case. We'll stick with that. Like, it'll just be bizarre. It would just be very, very weird. Like, exactly, Josh. Like, and you're right, Mike. According to literally any normal standard, 200 passing yards per game is brutal. Fields would probably account for 250 yards per game, right? Just so we're all on the same page. I just think 50 of them are going to be rushing yards, often coming from scrambles. If there's one play I want to see the Bears just milk, it is going to be if the Bears put themselves in position to, can I draw at all? Like to run those play action plays where the whole offensive line moves this way and the quarterback just sits back in the pocket. And if he doesn't get what he wants, like I want the Bears to run more. Is this waggle? Is that what they call it? Like the deep stuff. And if it's not there, Fields just goes. Like that's what they wanted to do. The Bears' biggest problem is that these guys couldn't hold up despite play action. Like the X's still got through and made this pocket passing from play action functionally undoable, which is gross because if you've got that many advantages from an offensive line perspective, you should be able to handle yourself. But turns out Dieter Iselin doesn't have that dog in him. Stunning, right? Jordan, it's funny. You talk about biggest surprise. I'm stunned the NFL actually dropped Gonzalez and Porter. I was blown away that they let Porter, of all people, fall. Like Gonzalez, I don't know, maybe. They clearly fell for the same reason. But actually seeing them drop blew me away. When Branch started to drop, I have a first-round grade on Branch, pretty much like everybody else. But to me, at the very least, Branch, who's not that athletic and plays a position that a lot of people think that is very intangible, him dropping was not as big a surprise to me as a position like corner, which is extremely valuable, like falling like it did. I think DeWand really stunned me. I mean, he ended up getting got for great value. I thought A.T. Perry really was shocking. I thought, yeah, exactly. Right, Josh? Like easy MVP candidate, which is crazy. Let's see. I thought A.T. Perry dropping like he did was wild. Adetomo Adebaware has been discussed, but actually really was surprised that he dropped like he did, if only because I couldn't believe how much conversation was had that about him higher up and then him not falling. Zach Charbonnet going right where he did was fun. Not a surprise like that he didn't drop. We haven't talked about the Lions draft. We can do that here in just a little bit. I was surprised to see Akane go like he did. I'm checking in on the stars. Oh, yeah. I forgot that he can throw it. Let's see. DeMarvion Overshown sticking at the third round. I was like, that's my guy. That's where I've had him functionally all offseason. Not that that matters. Nobody gets points per se. Darnell Washington falling made me sad. Like, I just for the guy, because I would hate for these guys who got mocked in the first round like that and then just get dropped, right? I did not understand, Jordan. If you understand who did the Lions pick right around here? It was Broderick Martin. Like, if you can explain that one, and I know the explanation for Jartavis Martin is athleticism, right? Like, but I'm blown away that they actually took him at 47. That felt stunning. Like, to me, that they took him that high. That was one of my biggest whoa moments. Oh, Scott, I don't have the Kennesaw tape. But so, like, we don't have Kennesaw State. We're not going there. Drew, I'm with you. Like, they've been pumping out DBs, but I was just that DB selection in particular. I love people who pick DBs. That one I was just, whoa, What are we doing? Josh Downs making it into the third didn't stun me. Let's be clear. Josh Downs, not even 5'10", going in the third round. If you had said that in February, I would have been like, makes sense. If you told me that in April, I would have been like, no way. Just because so many people for so long had him so high, you get used to it. Like, you just start to expect a lot of these. Yeah, no kidding, right, Running Deer? Ballard was a sledgehammer in so many ways. I love, you guys knew it. If you've been on these streams, you knew that I knew that seeing Payne Durham and Will Mallory get drafted in the top 200 was fun. Not because of any other reason than PFF had these guys in the 7th round. And I'd been saying for a while, well, they're clearly draftable, or more draftable than that. So it's not even, you can't take a victory lap over two guys getting drafted in the 5th, and I'm not planning to, but it's fun to see them playing football, and I can't wait to watch them. Chris Smith should be a really fun teamer, and I hope he gets things together. He'll look good in that Raiders uniform. Not that there's any more than that. Darius Rush ending up at the 5th round. I was surprised. I thought his height, weight, length competition was going to bring him higher. Like, I fully expected him to end up taken in the 3rd round. That's not where he went, which is fine. Drew, I'm with you. I think Quentin Johnston was an awesome pick for where it was. I thought JSN was a lot of fun too. Like, what is that? Seattle getting JSN and the Chargers getting QJ. I thought that was great. Can't believe Darius Davis went in the 4th. I know people value speed, but that just feels... Darius Davis over Tyler Scott feels to me as somebody trying to be independent, like overthinking it. Like, I hated the Darius Davis tape that I watched. Him at the Senior Bowl, he was literally one of the worst receivers at the Senior Bowl, or the most uninspired player at the Senior Bowl. And there were a lot of poor efforts. Plenty of guys who didn't get drafted. Like Charlie Jones over Tyler Scott, different players. I get it, right? Nick Herbig over Tyler Scott, different positions. I get it. But you're going to theoretically have Darius Davis play a functionally similar role to Tyler Scott. And I thought Tyler Scott was a much better player. The NFL probably doesn't want to deal with projecting him, which I get. Yeah, Mario, those hurt a lot. But Bears end up with a receiver that I think is fun because, let's be honest, guys, offensive players, we like them. They're fun. They get the ball. They run with the ball. And unless they're called Tristan Ebner, they generally do something with the ball. And that's always a lot of fun, isn't it? I love the concept of basically taking a 4th round running back every year. So I'm curious to see if the Bears keep doing that, just because I always think you can get a sweet athlete around the 4th round, not the 5th round, but the 4th round. And yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. Like with Charlie Jones, if the Bears had taken him, I think Jones is a really good receiver. But so, honestly, I do. Let's see. Yeah, 6 picks, top 100. Is that 2 first round? Are we talking about the Cardinals, or are we talking about the Bears? But either way, it's fun. Right, Scott? But so, about the Lions draft. Don, if you're still in here, we'll go over it. Let's talk about this. The Lions draft has good players. I'm not going to look you guys in the eyes and be one of these people on the internet that's clowning on the Lions draft because I think it sucks. Does that make sense? Like, Jahmyr Gibbs rules. The idea that they were considering taking him over over Bijan, I actually get it. There's a reason I was talking about Gibbs in the late 1st, and it wasn't because I didn't think he was outstanding, if that makes sense. Like, he's an outrageous weapon. And then Campbell, I called him a love letter to linebacking on a podcast. Like, Campbell is the real deal. He's good in coverage. He's violent. He's a crazy athlete. Do we realize that Jack Campbell looks like this in his mock draftable. Thank you so much, Benjamin. Thanks so much for jumping in. Like, I mean, Jack Campbell is outstanding in his athletic profile, in his instincts, in the way he plays the game. There's so much to love about Jack Campbell. Then, like, honestly, Quentin, basically, then Sam Laporta, love it. Guy rules. I frankly think that that's better value for a better player than Dalton Kincaid, who's all feel. Like, if you go look at Dalton Kincaid, you're going to make the same argument I'm going to make, and that's that guy's Zach Ertz. Zach Ertz was a third rounder for a reason. I understand that the game has changed, but you're drafting you're drafting a guy that is not a good blocker at a blocking two-way position, like, to play Zach Ertz ball. And if he's not Zach Ertz, it's a terrible pick. Like, that's, in my opinion, how to draft bad. Because, like, you're setting your guy up for failure. Laporta, much better value if you're going to take him there. I think Laporta rules. Like, outstanding athlete. Again, let's go Sam Laporta. All these tight ends were. But, like, this guy, sure, he's a little small. Look at this. Look at this. Like, great hand size, which actually positively correlates with being able to catch the ball well, outstandingly explosive, outstandingly agile, really good blocker, Iowa tight end. We always joke about, like, you should take the guy from Alabama, you should take the tight end that played at Iowa. Like, there's so many positive indicators for Laporta. And then a couple picks later, they pick up a dadgum first rounder in many's eyes, in Brian Branch. That's awesome. Great player. Outstanding instincts. Borderline genius. Like, he's super duper good. And then a couple picks later, they take Hendon Hooker. And a couple picks later, I'm kidding. But so I'm not a Hendon Hooker guy. I won't be conned into talking positively about Hendon Hooker, because I do not agree at any point with okay, John, I know that this is, so I don't think mock draftable or testing charts are like the key to everything. Like we've talked about, I think that they're athletic foundation. But Michael Mayer mock draftable. The biggest issue that I had with Mayer is that there's no way to spin him being a great athlete. And so you're like Laporta, you're going off of, or not like Laporta, like Kincaid, you're going entirely off of how this guy makes you feel when you watch him. And the biggest problem for me with somebody like Mayer is that I don't think Mayer is a good enough blocker to be justified over somebody like Laporta, who I think is clearly the better athlete and the better receiver and the better blocker. Mayer ended up with a lot of draw to him, but I didn't think the tape matched the hype. And I know that was one of the first conversations that Quentin Crisco and I had, was just like, where is the hype with Michael Mayer? How am I missing this? And everything in between. But that's getting off topic. The point is that when we look at this Lions draft, the Lions draft is full of dudes. Can we agree? Like, all the guys that they took throughout this draft can play. But if I told you before the draft that the Lions were going to have pick number 12, they were going to have pick number 18, they're going to have pick number 34, they're going to have pick number 45, they were going to have pick number 68, wouldn't you have wanted more? Like, wouldn't you have expected Brian Bresee, right? And maybe Peter Skoronski, or if Skoronski wasn't there, like Quentin Johnston, right? Maybe you expected an edge rusher or an interior player. Like, you can reach on a lot of these guys, like Keanu Benton. You could still take Campbell around 34, 45, more than likely. Like, that's the thing, Joe. If they got a bunch of studs, what difference does it make where they got them? Not a bad argument. Let's talk about it. That's the same argument the Bears have been making for an awfully long time. The problem is, Joe, in my opinion at least, that these picks in particular, these are where you can get your trench guys. These are where you can reload in the trenches. These are where you can stay stocked up, young and affordable in the trenches. These are where you can make sure you're not necessarily committing everything to one guy who blows his knee out and now you're screwed at left guard. These are the picks to do a lot of that. Left guard's the wrong example. More like left tackle. More like defensive tackle. More like edge rusher. Like, there's a lot of valuable positions. Wide receiver, another good option in this zone, if you will. And instead, they take a running back who, I'm not about to say that Jahmyr Gibbs isn't way better than DeAndre Swift. I agree with them. Or they take Jack Campbell, who I'm not about to say isn't probably a lot better than Anzalone. I agree with them. But 12 and 18, let's see, what were they IRL? Because chances are the draft will make my point for me. Oh, duh. The picks after them are Lucas Van Ness and Kalijah Cansey. Actually, both of these guys could fit in some case, on this Lions roster. They end up with if you theoretically just took the next guy, you end up with a beefed up defensive line, and you can go bargain hunting. You can go draft Dorian Williams, who's not the same as Jack Campbell. I'm not going to pretend he's the same as Jack Campbell, but you're still improving your linebacker play without breaking everything. Without breaking everything is way too overt. Let's see. Right now, this is just an SB Nation draft walkthrough. But so, yeah, Banks, another solid example. You mean Deonte Banks down here? If they took a corner? Exactly. Or you could take, honestly, imagine if they took the same draft, but imagine they took Gonzalez. They took Cansey. They took Gibbs, who probably doesn't make it to here. They took Campbell. They took Brown. I know, theory crafting, but chances are you could get all these guys here, or at least four out, or at least four of them, and you probably think the Lions are that much more dangerous. Instead, they didn't really get the upgraded corner that they were looking for. They didn't really get the interior pass rusher that they were looking for. They got a sweet running back, which will be awesome. They got a sweet linebacker that still makes some time. It may take some time to slot in. It's the problem, Alessandro. The whole reason we're having this conversation is okay. So I phrased it this way to a friend of mine. This may get me on Old Takes Exposed. I will live it. Right. The Lions have set themselves up to where in 2026, somebody 3 years younger than me is going to put together a banger YouTube video that we're all going to watch, that's going to talk about the rise and the fall of the Dan Campbell Detroit Lions, right? Do we all see it, right? Maybe that doesn't happen. It's totally possible, but they set themselves up for one of those YouTube moments where they go, where did it go wrong? And it frustrates me because I actually think that the Lions have earned better than this. The Lions fans have been through so much, honestly, but it's not what's happening in this case, which is fine. I guess it works out better for the Bears. Probably not next year, where it won't surprise me if the Bears are going to get smoked a little bit. But just by the Lions. The Lions should be pretty good. But it'll just, in a couple of years, if things don't work out, they'll wonder how did they get so light in the trenches after this, that, or the other happened, right? And this is how. Yeah, honestly, Matthew Brown, the 2018 Bears is a good way to put it. Yeah, John, it's sad, but it's true. Anyways, Good stuff. Yeah, I honestly, if you do bring Amos back, that'll bum me out because he's good. Let's see, with Rodgers gone, I'd love to see Poles a little bit more aggressive. See, that's the thing. To me, Joe, Akusa, I'm with you. The 2019 draft year, compare the 2019 draft year, which I'm pretty sure was just Montgomery, to this draft, right? You don't have to love every pick, but at least that draft got you something. Anyways, let's go through this. Nope, not that one. Let's go. Let's do this. Let's do some film. As much as we get allowed. We'll watch Roshan later. This will be part 1 of, more than likely, many streams. Let's go with, let's see, is this one I wanted? Yeah, sure. So we'll just start at the top because I had a game that I could record. What I did was I went and I found, they're not their best games. We can go through their best games another time if you really want to. But I specifically picked Tennessee games against another draft pick, right? So we're going to talk about Gervon Dexter. Yeah, I know, right, Akusai? Please donate. We're going to get demonetized. Or like the stream, at the very least. Compensate me with your extra click. But so I wanted to give you guys the ability to watch like one of the defensive linemen that we were going to talk about while also oohing and ahhing at Darnell Wright. Because I know you guys. I know you want to ooh and ah about Darnell Wright. And I'll tell you what, there are a lot of people that look back. I remember Brandon Thorne. I'm curious to hear what you think, Jordan. But Brandon Thorne at one point was talking about how he was like, I don't understand why Darnell Wright was so much better on the right side than he was on the left side. And I'm not an expert on Wright's 2021 tape, but I'll tell you, the more I watch number 58 over here on the right side, the more I'm like, I'm pretty sure it's just because he's right-handed, dog. Like, when you watch Wright, what he gets a ton of mileage out of is this specific right-handed punch that I'm not saying it's exactly like Dwan Jones, but he strikes heavy with his right hand in almost every situation. And when he's on the right-hand side, that right hand is on the outside, which lets him deal with speed rushers a little bit better. I know it's a simple explanation, but it's so funny. Just like watching Darnell Wright in particular. Yeah, he's not Darnell left. I love that, Akusai. The SEC deserves. Thank you. The nice thing, John, is if we don't do numbers, I don't know if we'll get as hardcore victimized the way that other people think, or like the way that I know some people have. Let's see. Hang on. Can I somehow jiggle this? No, I can't. That'll be fine. All right, so big thing I want you to watch with Dexter. Okay, so we need to talk about probably the most obvious thing. Thank you again, John. That really, really helps. Okay, so everybody's talking about Gervon Dexter's get off. We need to discuss this. I am not about to tell you that his get off is good. It's not. I am not about to tell you that his get off is what everyone makes it out to be, because one thing you'll notice is that in most snaps on Florida's defense, Gervon Dexter is tied last with somebody else. It's not a specific player. Like, you can tell that both defensive, of course, Alexander, that's what I'm here for. Both defensive tackles are doing this read and react thing. And sometimes the defensive ends are mirroring too. And most of the time, when you take a look, or like when you watch this, or like Dexter in this Florida defense, he will get off really late. And okay, so I've got everything divided up into 1/30th, right? So for instance, down here in the corner, I'm looking at time codes, and we get 30 frames like within each second, right? Most of the time, Gervon is 2 frames behind the last person, or the next latest person to start. And in many cases, in his worst ones, he's tied with somebody else who's also late. I don't know what this Florida coaching staff is doing, and I'm not about to pin it on them. I am saying this feels dubious to me. Does that make sense, everybody? Like, I'm not about to tell you that it's better. Like, not about to tell you it's not an issue. I am going to tell you there's a lot of weird context to this, and it's on the film, and we'll watch the film and you'll see what I'm saying. It's really weird on his Kentucky tape where he's mega late and also crashes the passer. Like, maybe he is hard of hearing. Cody, I'm here for you. Like, I think, personal opinion, I think he's just not a good reactor. Two things. So, number one, Dexter plays a lot of snaps. Like, Dex plays almost 80% of defensive snaps, which is suicidal. Like, I mean, he's, oh my gosh. Has anybody here gone out and tried to play baseball over like 20? You know, like when you're in the seventh inning, it's sad how much slower off the bat you are because you're just tired, right? And I'm not about to pretend that a 21-year-old is in the same category, but like they play the tar out of Dexter. Like he plays so many snaps. And that's the thing though, Demo. You got to remember that Dexter isn't watching the ball. Most of the time, he's watching his linemen. And so he has to see them move and then react. Okay, I have another comparison. This is like the one time I get to brag on my athletic career, and it comes with making fun of myself. So just be prepared. I was really fast in high school. I wasn't crazy fast, but like, I mean, I went to a high school that was just not that athletic, right? So the fact that I could run like a 4.6 was pretty decent. Actually, I can't remember what it was. Like it was, I think I ran a 40 in like sub 5, and that was a big deal when I was in like 8th grade. It's not important. The point is that where I would get killed was any time when I had to actually react. Like if you fired a gun and then I had to run, like I was always 2 full steps slower than everybody else, and I had to run them out, right? Like if I was racing somebody, they would get about 5 meters past me immediately because my get off was just awful. I'm not about to tell you that I relate to Gravon Dexter beyond this. It's more to say not everybody is instinctive enough to react to somebody else's reaction quickly. It's an innate trait. Everybody else was better at it than me. Like, everybody else was better at it than me. So when I watch Gravon Dexter not get off the snap, because again, he's not reacting to the ball. He's reacting to the guard who isn't reacting to the ball, right? The guard is taking his best guess at when the ball was probably snapped. So when he stands up, that starts a timer, right? Like, let me see. Like a little timer. That starts a stopwatch when he moves for Dexter to move. So you end up with like a chain. And that's the thing, Robert. Why is it being coached? Quentin Crisco, if you're still here in the chat, Buttkiss Stats actually talked about it. It's because the goal is that when the offensive line steps to the left, you want them to read that the offensive line is stepping to the left and react by stepping to the right to keep these guys clean. Your goal is to not move, which is why most people complaining about Dexter's get off point to his pass rushing snaps, where it's really bad because Dexter is a run first defender most of the time. Dexter doesn't get the green light to rush the passer often, and so when he does, he does a little better. Like we will watch, they're not all winners, but he has better general success on third downs. Like that we'll watch as far as getting off the snap than he does on first or second down, where you'll notice he's particularly bad whenever Tennessee, this is a great tape for it, does a neutral down pass. We haven't talked enough on this channel about how one of the best parts about throwing on neutral downs is that the defensive line has to stand up and read run. That's what you do. Any defensive line stands up, reads run, then they rush the passer. Even if you just did a shotgun snap into a quick pass, which Tennessee does all the freaking time, like the defensive line's first responsibility is this a run? Oh, then let me rush the passer. You're not going to get the edge just flying around and bang, hitting the quarterback, right? Like they would on third down, because that's what you do when you expect pass. And first down, you expect run. Because you're a sane defender, right? We all on the same page? This is part of why neutral down passing is such a positive. It's not just yards per attempt. It's not just yards per play. It's not just lytics from a football perspective. It's manipulating the defensive line. Play action, early down passing, all these are tools to stem the pass rush. Because you take juice out of the defensive line. Let's see. It'll be fun in the season of doing shot every time the quarterback has the ball in his hands before Detker. Yeah, it's not good, John. Not usually, anyways. But so you get a couple of these where you'll see Dexter playing from. Okay, so are we all familiar with the text? Right. I'm not going to do a perfect job here, but let's see. Is this a small one? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. I believe this is 5, but I may have done it wrong. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I do think I did it wrong. Help. Just because I don't have my stupid book with me. I've got a bunch of Bobby's books. I have to walk and show the crappy shorts that I'm reading. Yeah, 5 is head up on the tackle. Thank you, Q. 5's right here. And then this is 6, isn't it? 5, and then that's 6. But the point is that right here, this is your 3T spot, right? But so, let's see. Oh, I have 2-on-2I. Yeah, that makes sense. Thank you. But so, Dexter, here playing 3-tech, is in a much more normal fire off the ball snap. And look at that. We're moving at the snap because we're watching for it. Do we see this? The 1-tech is more than likely. Now he's moving decently. But the point is, there's a lot of people that talk about Dexter's get off as if it's a literally every snap thing. But here, he's running a game, right? He's going to stunt. What is this? Around this right side, he's gonna stunt here, or they're gonna slant, and the linebacker's gonna insert, and we get decent movement. I'm not about to tell you that this is some amazing play, but given that we're talking about Dexter's get off, it starts to matter that we go frame by frame on every snap because that's just what we Cravens want to do. I appreciate that Dexter, while not creating some crazy pressure, it's clearly the pressure from right, is going to barrel through a bunch of dudes and create a little bit of havoc in the pocket. Now, let's go back. Let's watch Darnell Wright. This is one of my favorite things Darnell Wright does. Even when he loses, he has the ability to recover. Wright is actually going to get too far down his angle, but we see him plant that left foot, drive with his feet and hands, keep 33 well out of the play, and if you gave Justin Fields that kind of room to run, you would also see a huge play down the field, which we can all get excited about. Frankly, Fields is going to get further with it, right? So, a lot to be excited for, I think, in Wright's game in particular. That's not to say that, again, every single snap is going to be winner. There's a lot of work to be done in Darnell Wright's game, namely the fact that within his phone booth, he's still a little slow in terms of his feet, just a little bit, but his anchor's so good that you don't necessarily want to see your right tackle getting thrown back to the point where it has to move the quarterback. I don't even know if Justin Fields, just being blunt with you guys, has it in him to take that small step in the pocket and whiz the ball over the middle. We'll get there. Florida certainly allowed it a lot. Let's take a look at Dexter. We're here to talk about him too. You can see that in a lot of these situations, I'm telling you, he's dead tied with either the guy next to him or the guy slightly across the formation. Is that some kind of huge Winsky? No. But this is an early down pass. You can see right here him playing run, right? I'm pretty sure he has to 2-gap. It's totally a guess. But then he tries to convert to pass rush, sort of in the middle, doesn't get much. I'm not about to pretend that Dexter's coming across like a stud here. It's more let's get the narratives right, if you will. Oh boy, hang on. Just checking on the stars, everybody. No worries. Let's see. How good is Prime Akeem Hicks? Very good, Joe, but he was much older. Let's keep going. So, if there's one thing to get modestly excited about, I appreciate that Dexter has a decent amount of wiggle to his game. Like, you'll see him get up and give a little bit of wiggle, and I think he could have worked around the guard from here, but he decided to rip for a reason I won't really understand. Obviously, they get pretty decent pressure. That ends up in a nice little quarterback hit. And then Darnell Wright over on this side. Like, we won't highlight him literally every play, but you appreciate the anchor. Wright is able to take losses and then recover and then re-engage the man, which I think is really helpful. I actually didn't see that near as often from Paris or from Broderick, which I think is key. Also, another weird little tidbit. In this Tennessee game, the Gators get caught off sides a lot. I don't know why. Like, this one might be a false start. I don't know. That the tape never comes with a penalty log, right? And I'm too lazy to look it up in this case. But it makes you wonder, because immediately next, like, you see this guy jump across. This one ends up play legal because nobody moves. Except for the fact that, again, for some reason, everybody's allowed to just sort of stand up, and it's not considered a false start. It's considered a formation change. I don't really get it. I don't know why the offense... I don't know why the offense gets so forgiven on when they are and aren't set, but I'm not trying to break the game or make things no fun for anybody, so I digress. Let's see here. Gavon's in this one, right? Yeah, there he is. Number 9. Ends up kind of falling over. It's clear we're watching a project in Gavon's film. When he plays well, but it's flashes more than anything. Like, to me, what I find most interesting about Dexter is that on a play like this, which isn't saying much, you won't see the guard really gain control of him so much as the guard pilots his loss. Now, is that to say that Dexter is, like, dominating so far? Obviously not. I think Dexter, frankly, has more value against the run game. But the more that I watch players play Kentucky, and the more I realize that looking like a superstar against Kentucky is just not that big a deal, the less I want to show you guys the Kentucky game to get everybody just, like, pumped up, right? Yeah, exactly. It's all about avoiding false starts. But you can see here, like, frame by frame. Snap. Dexter in time with the rest of Florida. I honestly think that Dexter on the broadcast, his slow 10-yard 40, like that initial burst, makes everybody feel like Dexter's slower off the line than he is. Those still shots are cruel and brutal, and he earns them. But as I watch it, it really feels more like a fish out of system to me more often than it does... Wow, Gavon Dexter's get off is so horrible, he should be embarrassed. Here. Snap. And here he's last, but you can literally see, right? These two move, like 1, and then I think 2, but then you get a tie for 3rd, like between him and the edge rusher. And then they go do their thing. And then it's a screen pass. The get-off thing is something we could just sit around and measure. Don't get me wrong. But to me, at the very least, I can't help thinking that the get-off thing is something that is becoming a molehill, which what would football Twitter be if it wasn't making mountains molehills, or like making mountains out of molehills? But it doesn't feel as big a deal as most of Dexter's other more clinical issues, like the fact that he's physically dominant, but he's not able to turn it into production. Like, for instance, kudos to Dexter. I've seen a lot of people talking about how he can't handle double team. I don't know what they're talking about. Like, here's the 3-tech spot, but he gets bumped. You tell me if he moves. Like, it sucks, I guess. One piece to his game that we would love to see him develop in is stopping 63, but he goes, what is this, 75? Or 63 hits him, 76 does not move him, and you could very easily argue Dexter has control over 2 gaps at this point, or at least 1.5 of them, right? I think Dexter is going to be a bigger deal in the run defense than a lot of people realize just because you're able to see that physical, like the physical ability is there. It sets a floor, in my opinion. I mean, when you're watching a lot of these guys, for instance, here's going to be a linebacker making a big play. Part of it is because, it wouldn't surprise me, Dexter engages the center. This is not that big a deal, right? Dexter engages the center, starts to make progress, opens up a hole. The linebacker looks like he green dogs and is able to sack Hendon Hooker. Is that like some kind of wowee, crazy play, right? Like, no, but it helps. I mean, when you're talking about a defense that has TJ Edwards and Terrell Edmonds, oh gosh, I got the name wrong, Tremaine Edmonds, like behind you, yeah, having a one technique that can play a little bit of three technique and can like just take up space, like, yeah, it's going to help you. And so, like, it's, again, is this great value at 53? You tell me. But like you're saying, Jordan, I think he's going to go to war in one-on-ones, and he does pretty well against double teams based on what I can see. And if you can get a little more pass rush out of him, great. Like this play right here, it's just a bull rush. Like they've got him lined up. Am I seeing this as 5 tech? Like they've got him lined up at 5 tech. He's going to take on the tackle, and he's going to get some movement. Because, again, what we're seeing is not technique, right? We are seeing physical applied athleticism. Like, even crazier, I don't see this often. Normally what you see is, like, a player of Dexter's type, in this case, would engage, and he would explode off the line, he would engage, and then he would win early, gain leverage, and from there, he'll push. What surprises me about Dexter, you can see the power in his upper and lower half because he'll engage, and from here, you would expect a stalemate because Dexter's pad level is high, the tackle's got him engaged, and Dexter just applies his power and starts to chug his way back towards the quarterback. Like, I'm not about to say that's a crazy pass rush move. It's athleticism. It's natural ability. Like, he's outstandingly play strong at that, or like at this level, which to me sticks out no matter what team he's playing. You get some of that, like especially in other tape, you'll get some people that run at Dexter. It's hit and miss. I'm not about to look you guys in the eyes and say Javon Dexter is like the run defender of run defenders. He's not Eddie Goldman, but he's also 305. I expect. Like, there are some of these guys. Look, okay, let's be real, right? We're real guys. We're real guys here on the channel. Let's see. I can't remember what play this is. So here's an example of Javon not standing up to a double team well because it's hit and miss, like I said. But Darnell Wright, what would we really think he is? Like, he's listed in Tennessee's system at 335. Do you believe them? I don't. I think he's 350. Right? That's pretty normal for guys to play pretty oversized. How much do you think 21 here weighs? Like, how much you think 21 weighs? I bet he weighs at least 330, right? Javon, though, when he's listed at 300 pounds, I believe them. Like, because Javon is cut. Like, the fact that he's able to hang with any double teams or any one-on-ones frankly surprises me because he's wearing the weight like it's normal. Like Zach Pickens, love the guy. No, Jordan, who is 21. But so, like, Zach Pickens does not wear the weight spectacularly well. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if Zach Pickens is going to play at 290 because he doesn't look good. He doesn't look natural at 310, at 305, at 300. A little more natural, I guess, at 300. But, like, he doesn't look good. Dexter, on the other hand, looks great. Oh, my gosh, Jordan. Jeez, he's 430. Oh, my word. What on earth? Heavens to Betsy. But yeah, like this is more of the rep you're looking for, right? Where Dexter doesn't get surprise double teams. He's going to engage the tackle. He's going to sit exactly where he would be. He's going to take on the tight end. And most importantly, he's going to keep the rest of his linebackers and teammates clean enough to engage 2 and bring him down for like a gain of 4. No major hole up the middle. Like, honestly, John, like, Lord almighty. Did he eat another lineman? Good question. Like, let's see. I always like looking at Wright, though it kind of looks like he took half a play off. The value for Dexter is upside athletically. It is, let me see if I can get him standing. Like, this guy is 300 pounds. If you told me he was 250 and you showed me a different angle, I'd believe you. Let me see. Lord! Yeah, 21 is a house. Like, honestly, Jordan, knowing that he's 430 completely changes the film that I have watched, because he moves really well. Like, for somebody that's that big, goodness gracious. But the main thing that I'm looking at with Dexter is you're not getting as polished an athlete at all. You're getting a former basketball player that basically changed his mind, started to learn football. You're teaching him a scheme that you think he'll work better in. So there's a lot of projection involved. You are spending the 53rd pick, reaching a little bit. Let's call a spade a spade. 49 pick overall was probably their choice. That's Keanu Benton. But they're still going to take a guy that is a bizarre and unusual athlete. Like, really cut for his size. Really strong for what he is. And they're going to try to see if they can make a 1.5 gap, 2 gap defender that is able to, as we see here, like, Dexter is able to win the one-on-one with 75. So this is interesting, right? We're going to see Dexter. You can see Dexter's feet. Imagine like sumo wrestling style. That's the line, right? That's losing 1 yard of ground, right? Dexter takes on 75, establishes his gap, throws him away, takes on Darnell Wright, and before he actually loses the line, he's going to throw Darnell Wright aside. It doesn't actually matter. This is totally just a show of strength, right? But Dexter is really play strong. And if you could get any more of the athleticism you saw from the athletic testing, you might have at least an unusual player, right? Like, the charm to me with Dex is that you just don't see a lot of linemen like him. Like you're saying, Ben, his core is crazy strong. I mean, this guy is an athlete. He's not like Larry Borum in Missouri where he just leans on you, right? And he's got a lot of growing to do because his technique, to be blunt, is not very good. But he's really strong lower half, a really strong core, and a really strong upper half for what it is. Like, it's an interesting athlete to add to your defensive line. I would assume a positive part of their rotation, but he's definitely more project-y. Like, okay, so then they have like a massive bust in coverage. Tennessee does this a lot, where they did this against South Carolina too, which we can get to here in a little bit. But you'll just see 2 to 3 massive busts per game, and it's like, what happened, guys? But yeah, like, let's see. Is 9 on? No, he's not. But you get to see, oh yes, these are one of the best reps. How do you not love these? So Wright's going to jump set the guy. Then he's going to take his arms. He's going to chuck him on the ground. And then he's going to hit him again before the play's over. Like, what I love about Darnell Wright is that he didn't show up to, like, Darnell Wright did not show up with the intention of protecting his quarterback. Darnell Wright showed up with the intention of whooping the guy across from him. And when he can, he's going to throw a change-up pass set so that he can stay on top of the edge rusher across from him, so that the edge rusher has another thing to watch out for. Mario, so you mentioned strong lower half versus strong core. To me, the lower half is about drive, right? The core is about when you see a lineman pushing into the defensive lineman, are they able to maintain, call it standard spinal position? I'm making up some of this as I go, but when I see like strong core, it's the guys, unlike Pickens, love you Zach Pickens, that get driven back, that they don't just stalemate, they lose. And they tip backwards and they lose their leverage, right? And then to me, strong upper half is the ability to win, not literally to win the hand fight, but when I think strong upper half in this case, it is often the ability to not battle back, but to win initial contact in a forward direction. Like the lower half is how you move the two. The midsection and core is how you don't lose. And then the power in your upper half is how you instead establish your win on the other side. That's how I have mentally segmented the three. But so, Prabhat, you mentioned that his right foot sort of glides. I'll leave it to Thorne. Yes, that sounds about right. But so, let's see. Darnell Wright says, yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like you're saying, Robert, he came to catch bodies. I mean, I love this just because, again, what I love about Darnell Wright, I've said this a couple times on Twitter. I'm glad I get to talk through it. I'm going to try to make a video. If you see my stuff on Twitter, please retweet it. Thank you. The bigger my Twitter following can get, the closer I get to trying to get a job somewhere. I would love that. More content for you guys. More time. More ability to justify it to my wonderful and amazing wife that's put up with almost 5 years at this point of me doing this for functionally free. That's the gist, right? What I love about Darnell Wright's game is that you can see him mentally going through creating an arsenal of how to attack these guys and then enforcing it. Unlike Paris, love you Paris, who is mostly going to snap and use outstandingly quick feet to try to get into position, to do the Braxton Jones double shoulder grab and try to just hang on. Darnell Wright will strike set you. Darnell Wright would snatch trap you. Darnell Wright will throw your arms on the ground and then knock you over. Darnell Wright will drive you out of the play. Darnell Wright has an arsenal of ways to stop you, like within this. And like it exactly, like he's a thinking man, Ben, and he's a quick reactor. So it's nice. Like we'll talk about it in a little bit, Elon. But so let's see. Yeah, wrestling principles, exactly. Like honestly, truly, he is like Jordan. Phenomenal technical like ability within Darnell Wright's game. You hope that the work ethic remains because you had to have some kind of work ethic to get this technical in the first place. People talk about somebody like Jalen Carter. If I'm going to go back to bat for Jalen Carter's character, the only thing I'll say is Jalen Carter isn't winning on exclusively natural talent. It takes some work ethic to develop the game that a guy like Darnell Wright has. So all these talks about him being immature or not a hard worker, it's tough to say, wow, like, let me see, just hearing him explain film study the senior book. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. What did he say, Jordan? Because like, oh man, Robert, they are. Like, those are the ones where it's just sweet. And like you're saying, to me, there's some of this stuff where like, maybe Wright didn't get along with Heupel. Maybe Wright didn't get along with the last coach. It's never immediately obvious and easy to know. Nice to see this little pin. It mirrors pin and pull. It's not exactly the same thing. Tennessee's offense, man, it could never work in the NFL because of their spacing. I mean, look at this. Like, this is illegal in the NFL world, but it's still fun. Like, a lot of the ways that they challenge coverages create this. Okay, hang on. If I could go on my spiel, this is why I love empty, you know? Because you can see you've got man coverage on this side with more than likely a safety sitting over the top. You feel pretty good about the notion that you've got some kind of zone over here, but you can take a look at what's going on from the safety perspective because they've got to show off what they are. Like, because you've spread everything out. I wouldn't be surprised if the Bears, hey, John, good luck to you and your crypto bets. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if the Bears want to get into more empty sit passing. And Darnell Wright helps them do that. And part of it is because of what we see where, look at this. Look at this. Now we've got a man in motion, in empty, man, right? And I mean man coverage, that is. We're going to run the ball. But the empty set lets you see everything, and you stretch the whole defense out. Ooh, it's nice. Anthony, I'm sure that there's a little bit of was and wasn't to it. Like, that's at least how I see it. Like, there's a little bit of it's like the scheme that they're being asked to play in. There's a little bit of it's not Dexter's cup of tea. Like, there's a little bit of the get off is oversold. Here's another where he's rising with his team. Like, the really bad ones tend to happen late in the game. Does that surprise you? Like, Dexter at this point got one series off and they immediately scored. Here's him taking on another double team. You tell me if he moves. Like, snap, bang, establish. Now, is this run hole open? Yeah, right? But Dexter keeps control of his gap and probably takes about a half gap back because he does not get moved against this double team and wins around the edge. To me, if I'm a scout, that's the stuff that I'm looking at. Because that's the natural talent we get to work from, right? Here's another rep of pretty much what I'm talking about, right? Look at all the resources that get used to try to take Dexter out of the play, right? They're going to throw 2 linemen at him, right? Bang. Because of this guy is flush clean, and so is this guy. Guess who shows up to hit the ball carrier? The second one, right? 7 gets there first. But, like, why does having a DT that requires a true double team, not a combo block, right? But a true double team to move? Because it means your backside backer can stretch across the field and make a play for you in the run game. Again, it helps that the backside edge made a play on this, sure. But the reason that, like, the reason you're taking the guy is because does he get moved? Yes, just like we talked about. But because it takes 2 men fully committed to move one, 17 gets to his spot and helps make a play. And you knew he would have. Like, again, it's great that 5 gets involved. What looks like one of the DBs. It's great that Dexter helps dam things up enough that the run takes too long and 7 wins his side. But when you think about how it applies to the Bears, you are hoping that Gervon Dexter does well enough against the one-on-ones to force a 2-on-1. Exactly, Prabhat, right? Like, when 600 pounds of force hits you, you're probably going to move. But if you can draw a true double team, you are succeeding for your defense because you are requiring remember, run game most of the time. McFact, we can, I guess, but it gets weird on the computer to zoom in anymore. Frankly, Premiere Pro kind of panics with it. The software I'm using, that is. Now, if there's one thing that this Tennessee offense just does crazy stuff with, again, look at how wide the alignment is. They create so much space to throw into that it sucks for these pass rushers, because when you've got stud receivers, I think this is Hyatt, like just running a dig route like that, it's so easy for a guy like Hendon Hooker. Man, can't believe he went in the third. Not that I necessarily was like stuck on him going in the first, but I can't believe he actually went in the third. Let's see. The whole hope with drafting these DTs is to make Travis Gibson not the highest double team DE this year. Now remember, Christopher, technically yes, but also the end gets chipped by the back, right? Like the end usually is going to get double teamed by this guy. Dexter would be hoping to take up 2 so that Pickens could whoop in the middle, or Billings, or Justin Jones. There's a lot of guys, right? And like you're saying, Prabhat, it's really TJ Edwards, it's really Tremaine Edmonds, because Edmonds doesn't want anything to do with any blocker. So Edmonds is the guy who's really going to want Dexter taking up that space. None of this, unfortunately, helps Travis Gibson. Carl Lawson helps Travis Gibson, but this helps you at least make the interior it gives the interior some kind of a sustainable plan. Like, look at this. This rep is a decent example. All you're hoping is that the one technique goes and gets you 2 guys. And then your 3 technique, in this case number 7, now it looks like Tennessee is running a minor blitz. So like they've got him taking the gap right here, and then the linebacker is going to wrap around, and the running back does a solid job picking the blitzer up. Only okay. But the point is, you normally are going to want Dexter. Like, this isn't a loss per se. This is occupying 2 guys, creating a one-on-one. They're going to use it to blitz, but that's the guy who has to win. Like, a lot of this is just how do you take people away in this case. But let's see. Oh, John, that is terrible. Let's see. You mentioned the punch from right. This is exactly why I like the Tennessee film. You get to see the kick out. If you get bored with what I'm talking about, you could just watch the Bears' first round tackle. And yeah, any fun? Like, big wide step, bang, reestablish. He has a lot of different ways that he's going to try to make you work him, right? Which is great. Let's see. Noah Sewell to edge. Drex, I promise I'm not trying to take that away from you. I watched enough Sewell. Like, I spent today really dissecting a lot of Dexter's film so that I could speak not just about what I saw in this game, but so that I could speak about what I had just today seen in like 4 games. So Dexter and Pickens, I feel really good talking about. Scott, I feel good talking about. Roshan, I feel all right talking about, but not really. Like, he's a 3-phase running back, but I couldn't tell you specific examples. Others could do better than me in that department. But I wanted to make sure that at least for this stream, we started on good ground. See, to me, these are where Gervon really starts to I don't want to say stand out, right? But he's a run stuffer, and then he finally gets a one-on-one. And he's slow off the line. Here's one of, he's still kind of tied with the edge, right? Because again, there are going to be some of these where people will take this shot, right? They'll go, oh, look at Javon Dexter's get off. And it's like, well, you can't see the ball. It's not that bad. And 12 hasn't moved yet either. Just in the wide world of fairness, one got a great jump on it. Javon Dexter never attempts to jump the snap because I don't think it's necessarily his job to in this defense. But here, he establishes, recognizes that he's got the one-on-one, rips past, blows through the running back, and gets a hand in Hooker's face. Before the play gets made, totally. But you like to see that he can at least win a one-on-one, right? Baby steps. Of course he's reading one first, Mike, because he has to. It's not third down, right? Let me see. I think they just picked up a first, like, to get to 50. Let me see. Oh, yeah. It's totally first down. Just after the big completion to Hyatt. So Dexter has to read run. Oh, it's a pass. Rip. Get to the quarterback. Puts pressure on him. We like that. Cody Pickens had a ton of deflections. Yeah, Mondo. I agree. Wright looks really, really strong. Like, even there. Like, what I appreciate is that even when Wright loses, I'm serious, you can see him delaying the process. Establish. He gets long-armed. He gets ripped. But Hooker gets a good little while in that pocket. 1, 2, throw, doesn't take a hit. I'm not about to call it the prettiest rep, but Darnell Wright is more than willing to take a massive loss. Let's see. You thought you'd heard what, Cody? Yeah, right, John? Sellout loss, if you will. Here's another one that I laughed at. I loved this snap because you'll see 63 give Dexter this huge shove, and Dexter just doesn't really care. Like, bang. Yeah, all right, back in the gap. Right? Boom. Okay. And the running back has to run away from where he is, like has to make the extra cut, which sends him into the linebacker, which creates the medium gain run play. What we are trying to get away from with Javon Dexter is like we're trying to get away from these Saquon Barkley 25-yard run gashes. Can we agree with this? Like, we're trying to get away from big-time runs against all kinds of teams. If we can just get to 2nd and 6, we'll take 2nd and 8, of course. We'll take 2nd and 9. But if we could just get to 2nd and 6, 2nd and 5, start going there, right? The Bears' defense gets better. They need to pass block. Of course they do. But Dexter's play strength is really something. Like, he's a hard guy to get out of the way, which is not as easy as you'd think it would be to find in later rounds. It's the whole investment piece. Like, here, establishes this is not some starlet rep. Are we all clear? Like, major technique issues. The get off thing absolutely happens, but it's a little oversold. Here, it's a wide zone run. Dexter is on. You can see his head on the left side of the lineman. He switches it, gets to the right side, recognizes the running back's taking this wide. He's not getting there, and kind of just rides the play out to its inevitable conclusion. But you don't see a lot of the reps that you'll see in Pickens' tape of him getting absolutely washed out of the play, because he's, in my opinion, just a little bit too athletic for that. Like, the play will go away from him from time to time. But here he's playing true nose. And let's see what happens. Like, establish, work the side. What is this? 4-man rush with a little bit of a twist. Yeah, that's no all-star rep. They don't all have to be. Oh, man, what happens here? Gotta love the chaos of college ball. Looks like Dexter and the Florida defense do a really... I would say it's Dexter. Like, I love the little wiggle step that Dexter gives here, but he just ends up with 2 guys on him. What is that, 50, 51, or is it 2? Oh, my gosh, 2. What did you do? Like, the running back gets all kinds of crossed up, and 2 just spills him for the forced fumble. It's actually a super sick play, all things told. Yeah, right? Let's see. Does a late get up sometimes work in his favor? Shell, there's a couple that you could see, but it's, like, not that often, at the very least. Let's see. Yeah, right, Mike Glenn? That's exactly right. The chaos of college football really is a good time. There are some of these that when you watch enough draft film, you get crazy enough to where you almost want to go back and watch the game. Just because now I want to know what Anthony Richardson did to the team. Here we've got a couple of Darnell Wright reps because Gervon's not on the field. I love this stuff. Look at this. Like, look at the way he sets and resets his hands. Engages. Work the guy's hands off. You could see him battling over that right hand. Then gets the left hand. And just keeps pushing. Little by little. Here's a good one. You guys are going to love this. Like the red zone against Q, of course. Here's Wright just driving the pile with his running back. I think the other thing that's going to be really nice about Darnell Wright is that Darnell Wright is just easy to cheer for in, like, the way he battles and goes to war for his team. Ooh, Q, what's a good game for red zone reps? Because I'll tell you, the Kentucky reps really sold me. We'll breeze through those just because I feel like we have to. Like, here's Gervon drawing the chip. Like, no, that's 7. That's not Gervon. That's wrong. I was wrong. Though 7 is going to absolute war for it. Sometimes watching tackle play can be flat out fun. Like, here's Wright. Hand slap. drive hard, solid latch. The guy spins off, and you're not expecting your quarterback to be over there. But you feel like he plays with a passion for the position that the couple reps I watched of him at left tackle, he did not seem to share that passion. This is a nothing specific rep. Oh, yes. 4 3 stars. Go, boys. The leanest nose around, I swear. There's Dexter playing 3 technique, reads run. Sometimes it looks like his run to pass signal gets confused. Like, look at his eye line here. He sees the handoff, right? And then he's going to see this guy get in front of him and this back speed in front of him. I hadn't actually thought about this at all. This formation screens Dexter from being able to see whether or not it's a run or a pass. Like, you want to talk about complex play actions designs, that's kind of gnarly. Like, a little bit of it's luck, don't get me wrong, but the tight end shuffling that way completely obscures the mesh point, and allows you for a throw down field that 80 makes a sweet snag on. Bang. I hope not. Let's see. One of the Alabama games. Those are the ones where you have to watch on broadcast, right? It is, John. Like, he goes through everything. It's rad. And by he, in this case, I mean right as much as anything else. Man, look at this. Like, I was in a Bears chat the other day where people were saying Dexter's double team game doesn't look good. Dude, what are people seeing, right? Like, we're watching the same guy, aren't we? Boom. Nothing. 600 pounds. Remember, who was it? Was it you, Prabhat, that said 600 pounds? You, 2021 versus Alabama. That's nice. No, 4 is Tillman, John. But, like, what was it? Let me see. Prabhat, was it you saying 600 pounds will move you? In this case, 600 pounds, man, they don't even get his feet. Like, if you can do that ever, those are some huge run stuffs. It's 3 yards, but that's a big play. Let's see. Late off the snap and plays high. Pepe, the other main things that I've heard that a lot of people don't necessarily love about Dexter is that for his athletic upside, the technical upside isn't there, and people basically wonder whether he's ever going to become a pass rusher. Because I have noticed that there are... Okay, I need to pause from the film study for a little bit. There are a wonderful group of people that, at least from what I have seen... Let's see. Oh, man, John, that sucks. There's a wonderful group of people that believes that the only piece of football that matters is the part where one team throws the football and the other team tries to stop the other team from throwing the football. And while that is absolutely true, it is worth mentioning that the deeper and deeper and deeper I sink into football obsession, the more I realize the run game runs the game. Like, there's a reason that the Bears, in their offensive heyday, felt like they were absolutely demolishing teams while putting up 30 points. More so than some of the passing teams putting up 40. The 40 teams were scoring more, but the Bears were putting up almost 300 yards of rushing offense. And in the words of one of my best friends, who's also a defensive coordinator, 200 yards of rushing makes you feel like you got destroyed. whereas 300 yards of passing makes you feel like they had a pretty good day in the air. It's bizarre, but for some reason in football, those rushing yards just mean that little bit more than passing yards. And I'm convinced it's all a mental trick because football's such a violent game that when you can have 9 to 10 guys hit blocks and open up seams for you to run through, that the other team feels physically defeated and it builds on itself. But that's not the point. The point is that there are a lot of people who look at Gervon Dexter at 53 and see, well, he's not that effective in the passing game. And you're kind of right. Like, that's definitely the part of Dexter's game that he needs the most work on. But Dexter is a much better asset to the Bears' anti-run approach than Pickens is. And he and Billings are like the only two at this point that are pretty much any good against the run. And especially if you're going to try to get one of these guys like Zach Pickens, that's like, Pickens should never two-gap ever again. Q, are you still in the chat? If I ever see Pickens two-gapping again, I'm going to get mad because he's not good at it. He tries really hard. He's not good at it. And if you can pair him with a guy that can two-gap and can soak a double team, you could give Pickens one gap and he will win you that gap. Like, Pickens is the big and long version of Kalijah Cansey, in my opinion. Like, one gap penetrator that wins pass rush reps as if he's DeForest Buckner. Not that they're the same. We've said this before. But the way he wins, establish the arms, work off of the extra length, win first contact. Like, that's what Pickens does. It's what won him so many reps at the Senior Bowl. It's what will likely lead to some decent pass rushing production if they play him at 3-tech. He's, again, not as small as Cansey. He's a much more, let's call it, normal 3 technique. But if you give him 2 gaps, even a gap and a half, honestly, I think you lose a lot of the edge with Pickens that you get with you lose a lot of the edge that you get with a guy like Zach Pickens if you can't stop the run with him on the field. The goal in the Bears defense is to stop the run with your front 7, not your front 8. Like, the goal is for the Bears to play nickel defense and for to name them: Kyler Gordon, TJ Edwards, Tremaine Edmonds, Gervon Dexter, Zach Pickens, and whoever's playing edge. Those guys need to be able to hold the offense to reasonable gains on the ground or lower. And I think Dexter helps you do that. It's dull to a lot of people, but that's football. Like, coaches are driven by the ability to win on the ground or not. And Prabhat, you mentioned like that he's beyond a liability in run D. It's not that bad. Honestly, Prabhat, it isn't. Zach Pickens gets asked to do what Gervon Dexter's doing, and he's not good at it. Like, he's not good at being Dexter. He's not that strong. He's lighter. He's a naturally lighter, naturally quicker, naturally burstier, naturally more explosive player than Dexter is. Dexter is explosive. He converts all that explosion into power to not be moved. Not everybody can convert it into forward acceleration. He converts it effectively into the ability to root himself and double or triple his normal force. Prabhat, that one's for you. Whereas Pickens, on the other hand, a strong blow to his chest, will literally send Pickens back a couple of inches, but he's fast. Very, very fast. And so if you're able to give him just one gap so that because you got to remember, as a 2-gapper, you have to establish your hands, look this way, and then if the runner turns the other direction, work back over and win that gap too. That's where Pickens is struggling. And so maybe he ends up a rotational 3-tech. Maybe he ends up a 1-gap penetrator. We don't really know. But like you're saying, Ben, worst or best case scenario, they should work pretty well together. Worst case scenario, hopefully one of them's any good at all. And we go from there. But rewatching the Tennessee game, I was actually expecting to see a much more unenthusiastic like player. But watching again, like that's funny. Seeing Dexter up against Wright, bang. I'm actually surprised at just how strong he was, because I thought I was on something, so to speak. But even the occasional rep that looks like this is fun, isn't it? Where like you get just the occasional, oh look, it's a one-on-one with him at 3 technique, because you know they're going to need 2 guys to stop the 1 technique right there. And then wrap around, create chaos. I would love a Chris Jones clone, but they're not. I just don't think he's Chris Jones. Like, Chris Jones is a special kind of player. 2 hands. I think this is a 3rd down. I have to look. I should have just tracked this already. No, it's a 2nd down. So you could argue he might have gotten up and checked run real quick and realized there's nobody in here. It's not a run. And quickly worked his hands around and moved the quarterback. Again, the fact that it's a huge gain isn't Dexter's problem. Like, at the 3 technique spot, you move the quarterback. Technically, it's 21's problem that they blow gap integrity. He's the guy who's supposed to be there, and the fact that he peeks in towards the quarterback, some defensive line coaches would argue that's an issue. We just love the pressure, right? Let's see, how big of a talent gap is there between Keon White and Gervon Dexter? I was hoping Keon would fall to us in the 2nd. Pepe, it depends on what you're looking for. If you want a defensive end, Keon White, pretty cool. Pretty cool, honestly. Like, I liked White a lot more than some people. I thought he was a really good defensive end, but way more of a project at 3 technique. But, like you're saying, John, I think Payne would be theoretically the direction you're hoping that Gervon Dexter is headed in. Basically, Pepe to finish that out. I think they play different positions. And so, speaking of, so first of all, here's a sweet power rep. Q, if you're still in here, another red zone set that now that I think about it, Gervon was all over in was the Utah game. Like, you will see Florida within this, because I'm seeing what you mean. It's this 5-yard area, right? Where you're talking about how Gervon just basically bows up and lets nothing by him. Here he takes 1 gap, but 63 gets nothing on him, and Gervon basically moves when he chooses for a run stuff. What is this, him just leaning on people? This is what's crazy to me. He generally does require 2 blockers, because you can see this. Here, he is probably, this is another one of those where it's like, is he slow to get off? Yes. So is the edge on the right-hand side. So what is going on? Like, is it a Florida problem? Is it a Gervon problem? Yes. But, let's see. Right is so fun to watch. But you can see he doesn't get moved from the big check and immediately starts working around the center. It takes the extra stunner from the guard to actually stop his forward motion before ping, they hit him there. Let's see. Oh my gosh, Case, that's crazy. Grown-up man reps. Look at 21s get off. Absolutely, John, that's the thing. They got some snap jumpers down here. Like, let's see. 21, like, that's the thing. There are some other guys that absolutely get off better. There's no doubt about that. But Gervon, as much as he's often last, is rarely extremely behind, which is really weird. It's really weird. I truly don't know what to do about it, because I think it gets better. I don't know if it ever gets great, but I think it gets better. It seems like there's some sort of conflict between what Florida wants him to do, what he is capable of doing, and maybe most importantly, what's natural to him. But to me, what you're really watching this to watch for, which, by the way, 15 can play. Like, I don't know. I don't think he declared. 15 can play in this Tennessee offense. Kudos to the defense. They're holding a really good Tennessee team to 17 points at half, and Florida's keeping things close. Woohoo. Did not expect that to happen. But it's the athlete. If y'all see at least what I'm seeing, it's the athlete. Like, it doesn't make it the best way, so to speak. Or I don't know. I don't know if I'm even attempting to convince any of you guys that it's a great pick with 53. I'm attempting to show you why I think they did it and the value that they think they're getting so that we can see together whether they get the value that they wanted. Is that a fair deal? Like, I can't tell you it's a good pick, a bad pick. I can tell you their defensive line was horrible and that they're looking to get better here. I can tell you, chances are, Dexter here wants the linebacker to come over his back. The running back does a really good job with this play, it looks like. Dexter soaks the double team relatively well, but he loses his feet and drives back to take back one of the gaps, and the running back does a great job spilling through it, and the safety's late, which breaks my heart. Like, here we're a flat-footed safety. We have got to come downhill and get in the lane, because if we're late, we basically aren't there. That's something Jackson did a really good job of. Like, so it wouldn't be a Robert Schmidt stream if we didn't work back to talking about Eddie Jackson at some point. So this is our moment to do it. But one thing that you'll see, in my opinion, with really good safeties is that they will attack downhill when they see a defensive vulnerability, because they know that if they don't get in there, the running back in open field will no chance them. I wouldn't be surprised if we took an AWS computer and we calculated out the percentage of the running back versus the safety with this kind of space, if the percentage of making that tackle was less than 10%, and if anybody feels any better about it, you let me know what you think it is, because I never see DBs make this tackle. Whether that's Khalil Herbert, whether that's David Montgomery, doesn't matter the back, doesn't matter the safety. I don't see guys make that tackle, because the safety, if they're going to make that tackle, has to be sooner to the hole. Like, and Cody, the argument would be that Amos gets in the lane. Like, once you get them that distance away from each other, I think you're SOL. But so, exactly, Brandon, that's the hope, that you get Zach penetrating and you get Gavon holding the line, basically. And you can see, the guy does not take that many, or he does not get that many series off. Like, the whole thing is just grinding at the line. Here's another snap. Gets off decently. Fights the center. Eats a double. Works back over. Helps make the tackle. He's just a run warrior. Like, he's a like, eye black on trench eater, right? No, Robert, it's not Georgia's rotation, that's for sure. Which, that rotation is just wild. Even when, honestly, Q, the funny piece is, if you watch Dexter, like, if you wake up in the morning and you watch Gravon Dexter, you might think he's getting moved, because technically he'll move back one step. But then, like, seriously, here's 76 makes... Dadgummit. This is what I get. 76 makes flush contact with him here, and then 75 comes off a combo block and hits him with half contact here, and that helmet just doesn't move. The legs are planted. They don't move. Does 76 get discarded? Not really. Kind of gets taken with him. He's just really strong. Oh, we get some pressure. Then we're going to line him up in, what is this? 3 technique, maybe 4, kind of in the middle of it. Give him the chance, baby. Give him the green light. Whips past, rips under, quarterback hit. Again, he's just kind of fun. Get off is absolutely a gripe, Brandon. It feels like a whole team issue. That's the only thing I can say. Is like, let me see, one of the 8 QB hits Wright gave up. Yeah, I guess that's your one failed rep, right? Like, let's see, D-liner taught to keep your feet moving so that you're grounding, but he does. Yeah, exactly, Oblivion. Like, that's the thing, Q. His tape feels confusing. I can't help but feel like the more that I watch Dexter, the more that the player that I am seeing is. So I'm going to throw a lot of generalities, or like a lot of, general vibes. I see a player who is not a scheme fit for what Florida's doing from a like read and react perspective. I see an outrageous physical talent. I see somebody with very undercoached technique, which makes sense based on his story. I see somebody who makes pretty good on the chances that he gets in one-on-one situations or when he's flipping around the edge. Like, just wait. The Kentucky game, he looks like Godzilla. That's not the point. This is a more normal game. This is a better, slightly, reflection of an NFL game. It's not exactly the same. This Tennessee team is not all in the NFL. We all understand this, though. So I'm going to just take it that we all know what's going on. Like, if this is what the Bears get in any capacity, that's a really helpful player on their defensive line. Like, it exactly, Ben. He's the kind of, you're projecting the athlete forward. It's not all there. If it was, he'd have gone higher, right? Let's see, Joe. How do I feel about Poles drafting traits and high RAS and ignoring production? A lot of faith in the coaching staff. Honestly, Joe, I don't mind. There was a day and age where we drafted the leading receiver in North Carolina history, and we drafted the best 50-50 ball winner at Georgia, and both of those receivers kind of sucked. Like, I mean, it, to me at least, as nice as production is, Joe, I am very traits focused, because to me, if Darnell Mooney is just, he caught a lot of balls, but he wasn't fast, he doesn't win the way he does in the NFL. Now, you'll take this too far. You'll draft Velus. I'm not trying to dunk too hard on Claypool or Velus. I actually like both of them because, again, they fit my philosophy of if you're fast, no one can take that away from you, right? Like, that's the core with Velus. Whenever you guys hear me saying, like, hey, don't sleep too hard on Velus, it's because you don't teach the speed. Like, if you've got it, flaunt it, and nobody can take it away from you. Like, so maybe Claypool doesn't work out for a bazillion reasons, right? Maybe things don't quite fall your way, but when you're a huge, strong dude that has at least shown that you can take on double teams in a somewhat inhuman level, like, I think you've got something to build on. Let's see. Yeah, exactly, Ben. Like, to me, at least with Dexter, I think there are a lot of people who just look at like the Benton types, because you get some of these. And I mean, you tell me, but to me, this looks like a guy who in this snap, he doesn't get set and he's tired. Like, you can kind of tell the game is wearing on him. And plus, he just kind of gets leverage toppled because some guys fall behind him. It's more to say that, like, as I watch Gervon Dexter, you don't have to be all the way sold. I'm not going to convince everybody on Bears Twitter that he's some kind of superstar, superstar product, but he's an interesting athlete. Let me see. John, Scott, which Scott, first of all? Like, the receiver? Is it Travis Scott? No, it's not Travis Scott. You'd think it's Robert. Tyler Scott? Because it is. Like, tempoing routes. Let's use a good example. John, Jalen Hyatt is not actually that fast, but you would think on his tape that he's going to run a 4.2. because he knows how to apply it. Like, I think at the very least that you can see that much. Another thing, Prabhat, that doesn't help is that so Prabhat, here's a big one. One thing that makes the Raz thing extra weird is that most kids these days are not testing at the things that they are bad at. So you end up with overinflated Raz scores. In my opinion, what you really need to be looking at is specific testing numbers. That's why you guys see me look at the charts. Like, do you know why I prefer the chart? It's because I don't want to hear that somebody's got a 9.2 Raz when they didn't bench and they didn't run the 3-cone and they didn't run the shuttle and they didn't feel like doing the vert because they thought that their broad was really good. Then they get a super high Raz score because they're big, tall, they ran a good 40. Like, that's great. That's great. But a lot of people are tricking their Raz score because they're just not testing at the stuff that they aren't going to be good at. Kudos to Jordan Addison for testing it all. Like, I mean, I don't know why he did, to be honest with you. But there's some of these guys like Tank Dell where they have to test. If they didn't test, people are just going to assume terrible things. Maybe that's the situation Addison thought he was in. But you end up with some of these guys with like 9 Razes, like 9.5 Razes. And it's like, oh, shocker. He didn't run the cone. He didn't jump. He didn't run the 40. Like, he didn't weigh. I don't think that ever happens. But you get the idea. Like, especially some of the agility drills, they get skipped a lot. The Pepe, Dexter's broad is good. Pickens' broad is great. And yeah, exactly. Let's see. As soon as you end standardization, you can't make any real judgments. Yes, Ben. To me, that's why I always show you guys spider charts. It's because we get a very quick visualization of how many pieces of the puzzle did this player want to add. Which puzzle pieces were they? What percentile were they? Can I be blunt with you guys? I don't really care whether somebody ran a 4.44 or a 4.58. Like, to me, those are very similar, right? To the chart, one of those is 70th percentile. One of those is 22nd percentile. That matters. When something shows me the statistical significance of, hey, this one is well above average, this one is well below average, that to me is more impactful than a Raz number, purely because the Raz number attempts to be an aggregate number. But like we're saying, it doesn't really work when everybody is picking different things to measure. No, Cody. Like, you know, but it's more to say exactly, Joe. Like, it's like, it's fine. The Raz thing just gets really, right now, in my opinion, I think the Raz number is really overblown because it's picked and chosen, right? Kudos to Zach Kuntz. He tested in everything, and he's an outstanding athlete in everything. So that's bizarre because that doesn't really happen. But you get plenty of Raz scores like, not quite like Pickens. Let me see. Like Tyler Scott. Tyler Scott didn't do the agility drills. He did the explosion drills. He did the explosion drills and the speed drills, and that's it. I don't think he benched. Might have benched, maybe. But just called it at that point. We can focus too much on the Raz scores. But exactly, Raging. Like, we're on the same page. Let's see Dexter in the red zone a little bit more. And you can really see that Dexter's run pass trigger is one of the biggest problems. Like here, boom. Is this a run rep? Can't see, can't see, can't see, can't see. Oh, shoot, it's pass rep. Get my hand up. Here's second down. Technically, this could be a run rep. Establishes, gives up the rushing touchdown. Bummer. And he's playing 3-tech, so technically he can do a little bit more one-gap penetration. But as soon as that tight end leaks out, the linebacker doesn't get there. Oh, man. 92 ends up in the dirt. And Darnell Wright's just free and easy. See, I'm telling you, I knew you guys would like it that we had Darnell Wright in the picture too, just so everybody could stop asking me about it. Oh yeah, it's a planned QB run, and it's a hold, apparently, because they get backed up. Yeah, exactly, 23. They didn't have, I don't think they had one. If you're going to be worried about a rep, to me, these are the reps to worry about. Where Dexter is, once again, I mean, he's almost literally always tied with last in reaction. He's never jumping the snap. But here he gets a one-on-one. He doesn't win the physical battle. Barely even looks like he's necessarily trying to. Almost looks like he's playing contain with this movement of the head right there. But he also just looks exhausted. And that doesn't worry me as bad, because I don't think Dexter's going to play the snaps that he played at Florida. He'll probably play quite a few. But you got to remember, in college, these guys play a lot of snaps. Like a lot of snaps. Exactly, Alexander. Like, that's the thing. Everybody's picking this apart, so I'm going to do what I can to be thorough. And yeah, Wright just double stuffs him. Man, I'm going to have to remember this rep. Like, spin, no thank you. That is awesome. Oh, isn't this so fun? This is Will McDonald, theoretically. I love the feint, by the way. The poke the hand out, take it back. Catch with both hands, drive him back the other way. It's this plant and replant. Look, full hop step with both feet. But catches himself, drives back into the player, and could have kept going. Of course, Shell, I got you. Right is distracting. Yeah, Alexander, the main reason we're going through with such a fine-toothed comb about Dexter is purely because I know other people on Twitter are, and for what it's worth, because I think it's fun, I want you guys to be able to say, oh, I really know this guy. Like, Robert, it's because, to answer your question very earnestly, it's because when Wright's pulling, he doesn't look that fast. When he's in his phone booth, or as I remember I called it at one point, his corner office right here, where like this zone, Wright's feet are fabulous. It's why I think the Bears are going to work to keep him at 335. Like, because I think that if he plays 15 pounds heavier, he's going to be able to do a much better job in the run game than he was able to do in this case. His anchor really is outstanding, Pepe. I mean, to me, Wright is the crown jewel of like the Bears draft class. Like what you are betting everything off of. Yeah, you get upside in the second round. Like I love getting Tyreek Stevenson. We haven't talked about him. We won't talk about him on this stream. Like I like the Dexter pick and I like the Pickens pick. To me, Wright is the guy, Alexander, that makes this draft class what it is. Like you're saying, we got beef in them trenches. We got we've got support for Justin Fields. We've got somebody we're comfortable leaving on an island, no chip at the NFL level. Like we get Scott, we get Roschon. Those are great. Sewell's a fun project. I get it. There's more to the draft class, but when people talk about your eat your veggies draft, like this pick at Darnell Wright in the first round is the reason I'm comfortable with the Bears moving on from Jalen Carter. If they had picked Brizzy over Carter, different conversation. If they picked Kalijah Cansey over Carter, different conversation. But the fact that exactly 23 now theoretically, now granted, let's be clear. I love Darnell Wright. I'm talking him up. Guys, he's not going to have a great rookie season. If he does, I'll be right back with you guys saying, oh my gosh, this is amazing. I expect Wright to need 2023 to find it in 2024. I bet it'll be better than like Evan Neal, but that's all hopes and prayers. You know, what I'm expecting is that it'll be solid because he's a rookie. Like it'll take time, but in the future, you're able to like place a tight end on his side. You're able to send Roshan his way. Like you're able to do all kinds of stuff. Absolutely, Adam. Catch you soon. I'm glad you enjoyed it. The main thing, that I look at with Dexter, like we'll move on to Pickens here soon so that you can say you watched all three trench guys, and then we'll come back next week probably or something for Stevenson, for Roshan, for Tyler Scott. We'll get banned off YouTube. We'll start a channel again. I don't know. We'll figure it all out. But like as long as you tell your friends and they tell their friends and they tell their friends and those people don't tell anybody, chances are we won't draw the ire of the leagues. Because Brett Coleman gets a lot more views than we do here, which is fine. Yeah, Dexter leaves the field, 50-yard run. Dexter back on the field. We're going to get a nice little pass rush rep. He's actually done some decent work at 3-tech against 76 here. Not every rep, but here, wiggle. Like, you get, let's see, is he laid out of his stance? He comes out of his stance in time with 21. Wiggle. Leverage. Rip under. Power, better throw. There's upside here. Immediately first down and 10, or first and 10 at the 2, but there's upside in this pick. Exactly, Alexander. Like a little bit of ho-hum, and maybe more importantly, Alexander, we don't have to act like Dexter or like Gervon Dexter is the patron saint of the defensive line. He's just part of the puzzle. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's a guy on the line looking to help, right? Let's see, run yards, percentage, with and without a certain player? That's a good question, Raging. Theoretically, you would hope PFF grades are supposed to do it, but Q, that's where I don't understand how PFF has him graded as such a low-grade run defender, because I'm like, what? Like, these are good teams that he does this with. I don't know. Like, I see a player very worth getting excited about in the run game. Powerful, strong dude. And I get it. Not everybody sees it that way. That's fine. You don't have to. But you get a fat coverage bust. Again, there's some of these with Tennessee where you're like, man, linebacker just lost him. Wide open. Boom. Let's see, Ben, you mentioning this one? Yeah, 76 is trying to chug, and Dexter's just leaning in, gets involved. I want to see Dex in camp, because I wouldn't be surprised if, okay, so here's one thing we haven't talked about. This one's sort of a like sad trombone, like but if there's one thing I am worried about, Darnell Wright doesn't have a good tutor on the other side of the ball. Like right now, Trevis Gibson and Dominique Robinson are going to be Darnell Wright's best bet to learn anything as far as like NFL level of play. Maybe Darnell Wright in the offseason goes and works with like Duke Merriweather and some sweet defensive tackles and learns NFL game speed some. But in OTAs, in training camp, there is a real question at this point on whether or not Darnell Wright has somebody that can bring him up to speed. But Javon Dexter has Tevin Jenkins and Nate Davis, who are honestly pretty solid tutors. Like, if Dexter can learn to go toe-to-toe with Tevin Jenkins, you want to talk about an about face on my part, because kid earned it. I just didn't realize it. Like, Dexter versus Jenkins in practice will be fun. Like, those guys are gonna throw hands. Here's another rep of establish the double team, take the bump, rip back in, move when you choose and not when they choose. Let's see, 31-21. Game still in reach, but we need some key stops here. Is this more play action? Impact. I'm convinced that that's half the reason that Dexter was asked to read and react, is because he needed to be able to keep the linebackers clean to win running lanes, and he's winning a lot of running lanes. Lakers over GSW? Oh, man. Yeah, raging. It would be sweet, wouldn't it? It's part of it, Alexander. And if the Bears go to, let's see, one of those, like, joint practices? Good question, Turu. I have no idea. They haven't announced it yet, at least. But so, let's see. The Stars are in overtime. So I might want to see if I can finish up so that I can watch it, to be honest with you. I'll just have to, like, wait and stuff. But so Aaron Donald will swing 3 helmets loud. Hard Knocks, I don't know, Raging. We'll see. But if they are, Dexter and Jenkins could be awfully fun. So you get some of these in here. So this is your call here at the end of the game, because Dexter technically gets driven back about 2 yards against this double team. But again, we're talking a true double team, and I would frankly hope the linebacker makes the play a little bit earlier, and when the running back spins back and gains 3 yards, I as a coach would be frustrated. Not that I am a coach, but like taking, let's see, who struggled to win? Shell Bullet, Eberflus or Dexter? Maybe. But I mean, it's the pros. It's definitely different than the than like college football. But at least you're talking about SEC competition, and not only that, but an SEC team that did a good bit of winning with Wright. Oh, I got you. Yes, I mean, again, edge rusher I think is one of the hardest, like, doses of reality in the NFL. Like, for offensive tackles, you have to go from facing this guy, number 62 or whatever, to facing Aiden Hutchinson. And if you can't stop Aiden Hutchinson the first time, you give up a sack. Congratulations, rookie. Like, it's not easy. And it helps with Wright that he's gone up against somebody who's 430 pounds. Now, is that everything? No. Because in the NFL, some guys are frankly stronger than that. Like, stronger than this guy's applied 430. But it's Hutchinson, Ben. But it'll take some time. Yeah, exactly, right? Like, Zadarius Smith, not going to be easy. Let me see. Rashawn Gary, for as much as we clowned on him a little while ago, not easy. Let's see. Q pointed this out. Dex just hangs on to the C until he doesn't really want to anymore and just sort of throws him away. I get what you mean, Q. Like, I see it, where it's just like like Dexter is really strong, really, really strong. And it's hard to just make that up. Like, Andrew Billings doesn't look this strong on his tape. Like, he looked good. I know he's a Baylor guy. I should love him. Like, he looks, to me, the craziest part about Dexter's game, seriously, is like, this guy looks like an edge rusher, and he has the strength of a 1 technique. Like, this guy looks like a 3 tech or an edge rusher. I mean, I get it. Physical profiling, not the best way to go about business in most cases, but that looks like a lean man, you know? Like, compare it to Zach Pickens. Here, I'll pull up the difference. Let's see. Pickens versus Kentucky. Pickens doesn't look bad here, number 6. But, like, does he look to you as lean as this guy right here? I don't think so. And it's crazy because Gervon is lighter Or Gervon's heavier. He really would, Alexander. Like, we'll see. But I don't think Sam didn't get re-signed, did he? Play the C, show a little athleticism. Another thing that seems... Okay, so somebody in here may actually know like a better scouting term for this. But one other thing that seems like it plays is I don't see Dexter have any trouble disengaging. Like, within this, you'll see in plenty of cases, once Dex engages, he will disengage pretty freely. Like here, you see him basically throw the center off and then just, he's totally free and leaves, right? Sure, flash some athleticism, but especially on plays where a quarterback breaks right, like say this is Joe Burrow or Jared Goff or something, Dex theoretically isn't a bad option to go chase the guy down, especially with a better 40 than his size should be. Yeah, Pepe, I'm there. Like, I see it. Like, he does look like a power forward playing DT, doesn't he? But let's quickly go through a little bit of Pickens' film. Let's see. The film's a little all over the place. Not extremely. You're watching number 6. He's going to play a little bit more 3 technique, but he's also going to play a lot of 1 technique. And also, here's more Darnell Wright eye candy for when you get bored. You can already see a little bit, not to obsess over 1 rep, you can see the length come into a bit more play. That's his big advantage. And you're going to see much more active hands. We're going to do a little bit more of letting the tape run. But yeah, exactly, Ben. I really put in the effort to try to give everybody a decent eye candy dose. Oh, also, one really weird thing about this tape, it's backwards. If you've watched a lot of tape, you're probably accustomed to the back view being a replay of what you just saw on the wide view. But in this case, the back view is the new stuff. The wide view is the replay. So I'll give you one more look. You see the same guard we just saw Gervon rip through is going to get beat a little bit, but Pickens can't quite turn the corner. Doesn't really affect the play. Nah. On the other hand, Darnell Wright punches a jumper, which we love. Oh, there's one play. There's one play we have to go over. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. We have to go back to Gervon Dexter for one specific play against Kentucky that if I can find it. Look, there's more, but this one is one of the funniest plays in football I've ever seen. And I posted on Twitter, and it didn't get near enough reaction, so I'm doing it again. Like, I can't explain this other than to say Gervon feels a zone movement, rides it over, and instead of attempting to make a tackling attempt, just punches the guy on the shoulder. Boom. And sets him down. And it's as if the lineman's barely even there as he does it. But I thought it's probably a throw, but visually it looks like a right hook to the shoulder pass. Then he just stands back up like a gator. Like, I mean, he's fun to watch, but this was like, what are we looking at, my man? It's so funny. Like, exactly, Turu. He's already falling, but it's not that it's something crazy. It's just like, what happened? But it was super goofy. Right, Alexander? Like, there's some great reps in this game. Let me see if I can find a couple for us. Like, late get off, but he's just powering through. Here he swats the ball down. Also, you get a big time ref decking over here, which is just always funny. But so, like, this is the whole man amongst boys thing. And in some of these, he's really late getting off the snap. But it just doesn't doesn't really matter. And then again, the ref gets lit up and everybody laughs. Let me see. Here's number 9. Let's see, because I have everything categorized in like good rep, bad rep, but I can't remember which ones are which. That ain't bad, that's for sure. Dominance, tackle, extra juice. Now we're just hitting some of the highlights. Clean through the center. Like, these are bizarre to me. Where it's just like, yeah, I'm home. And then I think he gets him on the next rep too. Oh, I liked this one because he battles through a double team up front. Double, goes from thrown to thrower, wraps back, makes the tackle. We're going rapid fire plays if you can't tell. This is one of the funnier ones because he's as laid off the snap as you could be. Here's the still frame everybody wants, right? Then he gets up and just runs through the center and immediately creates pressure. Levis has nowhere to go and gets decked on the wide view. Let me see. Are we at replays at this point? Just another, like, center domination. So, the dude's got power, right? Like, let's see. Did we talk about Tyler Scott making Bayless' process about a big question? Yes, Reinhardt. It's Kentucky. It's comical. But, exactly, Reinhardt. Like, Levis's line wasn't good at all. We already went through a much better review with Tennessee. Like, to be clear, Reinhardt, like you're jumping in at the part where we're just sort of laughing and being homers. We went through a much better review of what he is and isn't against Tennessee. But this one is the whole, like, when people talk about, okay, let's put it this way. This is the better way I would put this. Q, I'm curious what you think about this. What you can say realistically about Gervon Dexter is that if he played in the AAC, then he might have had the tape that some people want him to have because things would have looked a little bit more like he did against Kentucky. That's not a full-time excuse. I don't actually know how much this works, which is part of why I'm postulating it, right? That when Dexter played against worse offensive lines, there's just not that many in the SEC, but when he played against worse offensive lines, like Kentucky, he ripped them open. There's just not that many of them. So, especially within Florida, where there's not like a ton of guys to block. I mean, I was listening to a podcast before this from like a guy who covers the Gators, and he was like, Gervon's basically it. So I'll take his word for it. But it gets weird when you think about like, oh, well, this guy's not graded as particularly great. Well, he's not graded against particularly great against the SEC, which is not everything. But if you're going to be a project and you're going to have limited positive reps, the SEC is the best conference to do that in. Because if you're not separating yourself in the Big 12, like I love the Big 12, you've probably got an issue. And being able to turn on a team, like you're saying, Reinhardt, can you beat the guys you should beat, which is a good baseline. Like, you should play Kentucky and have a great game. Gervon has some laugh-worthy reps against Kentucky. I showed you half of them. Like, there's more. But the better ones to watch are Tennessee. Because if you watch too much Kentucky, you're going to go on your Bears inhaler, and you're just gonna dream thoughts of a Super Bowl and like a 90s number and a bunch of pressures and sacks, and you're really more looking at very, very baby Duran Payne. Like, they run stuffing 1T that if you leave him alone to double the 3 tech, you're hoping he wins his pass rush matchup and creates some pressure. And that's it. Like, that's second round pick. If it works. I mean, we'll see. But the athlete looks stacked top to bottom. which is nice. Darnell Wright looks like a whole dude. That's the main thing we've been doing here, Reinhardt. Like, let's see, what's his NFL comparison? Madden guy, honestly, one thing that I know I'm working towards is I want to do more seasons of draft so that I have better comps, because right now I have spent 3 years working exclusively in Bears comps, and there isn't a great one for this. Like, I wish I could give you something, but if I reached on anything, I don't really have one. Like, that's the thing, Ben. Like, he does seem to hold double teams really well. I can't give him Tommy Harris's juice yet at this point, because Javon's juice looks a little different. But, because again, like, Javon channels his explosion into effectively exploding against whoever comes towards him. Let me see. I see somebody else put another one in. Hicks, I don't know Oblivion, because Hicks is 30 pounds heavier. What's really crazy about Akeem Hicks is that Hicks is way, way bigger. Like, Gravon's 300 pounds, 310 maybe in this tape, whereas Hicks was 330 and dancing around like a bear. Like, from the Vikings wall, I like that. Let's see. Also, Hicks crested much later in his career, like Ben, and technically also Oblivion. Like, if we are going to bring up Akeem Hicks in the conversation, oh no, Turu, I'm not intending to disrespect to Hicks. It's more like Hicks played his best games when he was 28, 29, 30. So Gavon's got a while before it really needs, if you're going to put him on the Hicks path, he's got a while before it's going to click. So hopefully not. Reinhardt, I tend to agree with you. I mean, somebody said it earlier that this class is like the eat your vegetables class. I like the way of phrasing it. Like, to me, it's nice to see that the Bears were able to pick up upsidey skill positions later in the draft, and earlier in the draft, they added upsidey guys on both sides of the line. Madden guy, if you ask me who's the better prospect, I'm going to tell you the same thing everybody else is. I'm going to say Zach Pickens, and it's because he rushes the passer, and it's because everybody's eyes are always drawn to the guy who rushes the passer. It's an infection, it's a disease, it's a little bit of an understanding of value, but I'll tell you, the guy I ultimately think is going to be better down to down might end up Dexter, depending on how he meshes with the scheme. Exactly, Ben. Like, if I had to pick one, right now I lean Pickens, because I love an arm length broad jump combo. Like, explosiveness, active, here, let me just run some tape. Like, active hands, explosiveness, it's like pass rushing attitude. It's great. It's great. It really is. Like, again, we're watching number 6. Like, this stuff is great. I couldn't believe this is the third play of the game. Like, this stuff is fun. Like, here we get a feint step into a rip, into a small swim. I don't know why we jump, but, I mean, the rip really matters that we get behind him. Blow the sack. But I guess we'd rather blow the sack in college. But it's like, it's fun. Let me see. Who's CC? Oh, Calais Campbell. Yeah, Calais Campbell's also huge. Like, with Pickens, you get all the twitch and all the burst. Like, when we talked earlier and we said that they were at all similar to, or like when I compared him at all to Cansey, these are what I'm talking about. Like, active hands, wild, like extra explosive. I'm trying not to repeat myself too much, but like, it's fun. Exactly, Ben. Pickens has techniques, which, I mean, he's older. You would expect him to, but oh no, this is normal double team, right? Same double teams Gravon was going up against. Pickens against the same double team is going to end up on 1 foot, and then boom, he's off and moving, and they moved him out of the way, right? So you get a big gash on the ground, 2 broken tackles, run for a touchdown. When people talk about, like me and like Q, that they used Pickens wrong at SC, this is the stuff we're talking about, that right now, not only is he having to double team, not only are the linebackers slow to the hole, but technically they're asking him to kind of two gap as they do it, which he's just not big enough and it's not his game. Oh, Brandon, Dexter with Pickens get off is a first rounder. Like, I mean, that's the thing. You can see it extra bad here, can't you? Where you see both guys get him, turn his back, running back goes. Good play by the back. I think they may double team him again here. They do. And it's not like horrible, you know? Could it be worse? Yes. But how much better would it be if he just had this lane, right? It won't be that easy. You need guys that can do a little bit of both. One thing worth mentioning is that the best part about Pickens and Dexter is that, let's say Tennessee motioned their front from here, or motion this guy from here to here. You want guys that are able to bump, right? So in this case, you would have Pickens bump to 3 technique, and whoever's the 3 technique bump inside to 1 technique. So Dexter and Pickens theoretically can each play each other's positions a little bit. And that to me is helpful. And like you're saying, hopefully one of the two can end the year as a starter. Let's see. Do we think the two of them will be enough to supplement pass rush worries? They definitely need some edge rush help. Let's just put it that way, Madden guy. Like, as much as I would love for these two to somehow be the entire pass rush, that's not reasonable. At least I don't think. Oh, yeah. Wright's just going to dust this guy up. Like, you can even see him starting to nod and whatnot. Like, Wright's got no problems at this stage of the game. And he won't. But one thing that's nice here, so first of all, you want to talk about a hold. Like, 91 has a nice little play here to get around and just gets held like crazy. Both of them go down. Like, here's that in real time, which is hilarious. But so you can see Pickens' hands working much harder than Dexter's. Who knows? Maybe they'll teach each other a thing or two. But you also don't see that lower body drive with Pickens that you do with Dexter. They're different players. They do different things. Having Pickens attack a guard straight up and expect him to play through him, I don't think is a recipe for success. That's why I want him to have one gap. Daniel, where's the rest of the pass rush going to come from? Trades? Are we waiting till the next draft? Daniel, the best answer I can give you is the Bears are probably waiting to see what cut candidates there are. And there are still a couple of defensive ends that are out there. I'm not about to tell you that Frank Clark, Leonard Floyd, Yannick Ngakoue, who's not really an option, but I'll include him in the conversation just for the sake of. I'm not about to tell you that these guys are superstar winners, but I do tend to think that, Wright Alexander, Ego Ferguson, and Will Sutton, if memory serves, we'll see what happens. I mean, I don't think it's likely, and I don't think you think it's likely that, Oblivion, because he basically doesn't play the run. Like, it's one thing to be bad at it. It's another thing to basically not play, which is a little bit more in line with what he does. Like, I just don't think he even tries. Let's see. Where did I go? Boom. See, now we go now discussing the other way. And the whole time, you get to watch some of this film, and then you get to watch Darnell Wright just in his corner office. No problems, right? 6 isn't even on the field right now. UDFA's waiver wire, cut candidates, maybe a trade, but I'll tell you, I don't think the Bears... Okay, so Generally speaking, I don't know how many trades actually exist where each team gives up 100% value either way. Most of the time, there's a slight favorite, and that's the one who wanted the trade a little more. And the Bears, in this case, I don't think they want the edge help that badly. Like, they need it, don't get me wrong. But I think the Bears are in position, this is just my opinion, right? Where if they are going to lose some games because they don't have very good edge rushers, they just don't really care. Like, man, Ben. Oh, I just saw that one. You mean this? Punch, punch, and then just stands him up. Is it a hold? Yes. But also, really, you can't plow through the guy's arm? That's hilarious. Oh, man, Ben. That's crazy. That's the thing, Prabhat. I think I think the Bears may try to snag somebody on a 1-year deal because I don't think they really mind. But also, I think they're preparing for next year. And I also, okay, so I'm not convinced the Bears are allergic to losing games this year. I don't think they're planning to tank, right? But I don't know how much they're going to grind specifically so that they like I don't know how deep they're going to dive into the dumpster to pull out a player that will win them games at edge. This is a nice little display of burst from Pickens. Chasing down a running back. Loses a little bit of yards, but a nice play right there. The double teams just affect him more. Here it is on the RPO. Like you can see, oh no, that's not a double team. That's just him swimming somebody. But you can tell the run game is a little bit more of a battle for him. Like heart and desire, absolutely. But it's a battle. More so than I think it was for Dexter, where he kind of just stands up and remains planted. Exactly, Mario. Right? Like, I don't think Ryan Poles is allergic to. You mentioned Mario's 6 wins. If the Bears lose a bunch more close games and win 6 or 7 games, I think that they would call it a very good season if they felt convicted about Justin Fields one way or another. I don't think they would mind. And then they would try to blow up in the season after that. But we'll see. Like, I also wouldn't be surprised, Mario, if because people's jobs depend on it and because they have an owner to like fulfill and because, fingers crossed, the Bears are going to have an extra comp pick like in the third round in 2024 and 2025 that the Bears are trying to hit the window. Like they're trying to. Because, yes, renewable, long-term team development over intermediate wins, but it's also worth remembering renewable. Okay, so this is 100% just my opinion. I don't actually know if this is true, but you guys give your opinion. I'm curious to hear what you think. Eventually, it doesn't really help your defensive backs to have to cover for inordinately long times. Like, you do want them to learn what a normal play length should be so that they can battle through it. Yeah, it's a neat test. But if Kyler Gordon never, ever, learns to trust his defensive line, he's always going to overcommit to play action, and that's actually going to enforce bad habits. So there's something to be said for if the Bears feel like they can get a Carl Lawson that can become part of the long-term picture, absolutely go for it. And no kidding, Mario, let's see. Wait, if Justin declines, you'd like that to be post 24 because that's supposed to be our sexy draft pick and the top QBs will be too expensive to even obtain. So, okay, Mario, I am not about to wish ill on anybody. I am about to talk openly about a real thing worth talking about. Look at that Panthers offense. And I've heard a lot of people talk about the Panthers defense. Look at that Panthers defense. They're fine, but they're fine in many of the same ways that the Bears were fine because they had Robert Quinn and they had Roquan Smith. Derek Brown's a stud. Like, I'm not asking questions about Brian Burns. And this guy's name, J.C. Horn, he can play. Like, the Panthers don't have nobody on the roster, but they definitely only have one quarterback, and that quarterback is a massive, massive exception. A massive exception. I like Bryce Young, the quarterback. If I could somehow add 5 inches, like, and a couple, like 10 to 20 more pounds, yeah, like, that's great, but that's not what we're looking at. Instead, we're looking, just to be real with you, Mario, because I know you're thinking it too, we're looking at a quarterback that is known in college for his toughness, despite being one of the smallest frames in the league. These two things do not traditionally mesh well. And so, if the Panthers lose their quarterback for any extended time, which happens to rookies because they tend to take more sacks than literally ever, like Justin Fields be darned. The Panthers are going to be really terrible. Like, really terrible. Like, yeah, I mean, Sam Darnold jumps in, but Ben, this is Sam Darnold with wide receiver 1, Jonathan Mingo. And, like, this is, like, you don't even get DJ Moore. Like, Dark Wolf, it's not that the Panthers will. It's that the Panthers very well could. Like, you got to remember, Dark Wolf, this was, oh yeah, Sam is on the Niners. It's not Sam. It's somebody else. Thank you, Dark Wolf. Like, you got to remember, Dark Wolf, there were a lot of Bears fans that were convinced last year's Bears were a 7-10 win team. It gets tough in the NFL because you just don't know. You just don't know who's going to have a non-contact injury in camp. You just don't know. Like, I'll knock on wood for everybody in the league. I hope we get none of those. But this stuff happens, you know? And I'm only saying this to illustrate that the Panthers right now are so deep in the rebuild that they, like the Bears last year, are thin. And one poor situation, like one poor fork in the road, can change the course. Like, I tend to agree with you, Raging, that Andy could probably get them 3 or 4 wins, but they're probably going to play Bryce. Oh, you're saying if Andy ends up in. Their passing game is horrible. Like, and John, by name the last rookie QB that finished around a 500 record, you're saying they're all bad, right? Because that's what I think you're saying. Like, I think that there's a lot of people that are forgetting that the Panthers officially, the moment they announce that Bryce Young is starting, they have a bottom 4 quarterback in the league because rookies are unilaterally bad. Like, unilaterally bad. And that's, I mean, it's a good thing if you're a fan of the Bears. Like, it's all this to say that I don't think us Bears fans, when we traded for Justin Fields, thought we were giving the Giants pick number 5. But we did. Like, I'm not saying the Panthers are going to give us number 1, but the Panthers could easily, depending on the roll of the dice, give the Bears a 8 and up pick. Very possible. And I'm with you, Mario. I think if the Bears theoretically had, let's say, Mario, the Bears go crazy. out of nowhere, they end up picking 20, which I think we'd friggin' love. Like, small playoff, like, appearance. The Bears are picking at 20, and the Panthers are bad, and they're picking 4. The Bears do not get number 2. Can we agree, Mario? Like, if Drake May's a stud, and no, that didn't make any sense. The Bears are not very good, because that's the whole point of this thought exercise. Like, the Panthers end up picking at 4. The Bears are picking, let's say, at 10. 4 and 10 still probably won't get you 2. If 2 wants Drake May, right? Like, that's the problem you're really talking about, right, Mario? Is that if in this next class you aren't good, right? Or, sorry, if in this next class Justin Fields isn't good, it's going to be very tough for you to actually package the 2 firsts for a quarterback if the team already there wants a quarterback. Why would they just give you the picks? What's the point of the picks? So we'll see what happens. Maybe it's the Texans, who would still be riding with Stroud, theoretically. Like, they could be really bad. Let's see. Yeah, no kidding. I would love to spend it on actual players. Yeah, WFM, they lost. That happens. Bummer. It's how we started the last series, too. Marvin Harrison would be sick. The Texans don't have their own first. You're absolutely right. Because I'm with you, Dark Wolf, that I get what you mean, that the Panthers aren't in a good division. But at the same time, the Bears weren't really either. And we managed to drop all of our divisional games. I mean, there's a reason the Vikings were 13-3, like a gaudy record, despite probably being a 10-7 talent. Like, the division was horrible. They just lost enough. Like, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. I mean, the NFL is a game of tight margins. You know what I mean, Dark Wolf? Where it's like, you don't have to be that bad to lose all of your games. You just have to be a little bit worse than 10 teams, a bad matchup against 4 teams, and have the ball bounce the wrong way against the last 3. And suddenly, you won 4 games. Like, it's tough out there, especially in a team with, then again, they have no reason to not try to play well. They don't have their first. But, sometimes you don't. Like, let's see. Bowers probably will go late first, I imagine. Having no good wide receivers and a rookie quarterback isn't a recipe for success. And Cody, that assumes that everybody stays healthy. If I was to look at the 2023 opponents, what's my early win-loss prediction? Mario, don't tempt me. This is the time every season where I get really high on the Bears. I can't do that this year. They have no edge help. Like, I don't know about that, Ben. Thielen wasn't trash, but this last year he did nothing, and now he's a 32-year-old receiver. And go take a look at like the general efficacy of old big guys. It's not usually pretty, but better than ESB, yeah. But like good. Slow your roll. But so anyways, if I was to do win-loss, so the home games look great. Like, the Bears get a home game against the Panthers. The Bears get a home game against, I think, like Atlanta, who is not going to be in phenomenal shape. But then their away games get hard. Like, they play KC away, they play Tampa away, and Tampa's going to have a nasty offensive line. Like, if their quarterback situation sucks, they may end up losing. See you later, Oblivion. Great hanging with you. But, like, they may end up winning. I get it. The Bears, in that case. The Bears could have some grindy ones ahead of them. I mean, there's some funny ones, Mario, where, like, you take a look at teams that are better than the Bears in some phases. But if the offense starts clicking, you and I, Mario, might actually be underrating our own team for the first time, like, ever. You know what I mean? Because DJ Moore and a decent offensive line, Kmet's not that bad. Like, the running backs room is all right. If Justin Fields is the it factor, now what? But, like, I don't want to go there either. Because that's the other thing that doesn't help anything is if you're a Bears fan with any longevity right now, like, it's like you've done this before, right? You've had the season where Mitch was going to turn it on in 2019. You've had 3 seasons minimum where where Jay was going to be the dude. You had, maybe you're old enough where you had the Grossman Super Bowl. Like, the biggest difficulty with being a Bears fan, honestly, is that you've had this conversation with yourself and it doesn't go well. So I'm not doing it either. Like, that's the thing, Prabhat. Like, I'm 100% there. Where, like, on one hand, if the Bears get any shred of the guy who ran for 175 yards against Miami, plus any of the decision making that he really started to get the hang of near the end of the season, then Lord Almighty, what is the offense going to do? Where's the limit? But I won't go there because I've been there before. I've been the guy who started Jay in fantasy saying, if you can't beat Philly, then our season is in the toilet. And we got blown out and we scored 13 points or something. Like, I mean, it's funny just looking back at, like, how many times a flash becomes, we're going to build on this, right? No, we're not. And my hope is, if I got to hope, that the offensive line remains relatively healthy. I want them to add one more interior guy that's decent. Maybe it's Ji'Ayer Carter. They kept the kid rostered the entire year, but I don't know. Like, we'll see, won't we? Like, let's see. You know what, John? Honestly, it's probably a decent use of $20. Like, because in theory, in that case, with the $20, I could potentially buy myself a plane ticket to Chicago to go see a playoff game if that bet cashes. And worst case scenario, it's $20, right? Like, I don't know if I'm allowed to gamble on those in Texas, but, like, that actually could be, for anybody out there, like, if you've got $20 to burn, that's not a bad idea. Because that could be a really fun trip to Chicago. Like, if that happened, which probably won't. But if it did, the Bears go to the playoffs. And, like, I would find it hard to believe that they would elect somebody an MVP to a team that did not make playoffs. So, the Bears would be going to the playoffs, which would be great. But anyways, like, let's see. That's the thing, Donald. Like, new regime, I'm there. I do think that. Can I say something really honest? I am almost, yeah, we'll get there, Ben. I am almost content at this stage with Fields being just good enough, but not great, if that's what it comes to. Because the Bears are setting themselves up so well that all I want to do is use those dadgum firsts on players. Mario, you said it well, and you're totally right. Like, if it isn't it, then at least do it the fun way. Because where things really get wrong is when the Bears have to scramble to replace a quarterback, and we go through the quarterback, like, replacement carousel, and it's never fun, ever. It's always bad. We end up talking ourselves into Foles and Dalton, and it's just awful. It's just bad. Like, it would be so much more fun to use to get Marvin Harrison and to get the best edge rusher you can with pick number 16 or something, or 3 tech. I don't care. And then second round pick, you get another one, and you just kind of keep rolling. Like this would be great. The Bears roster would be as talented as it's been in my life, like since the '06 Super Bowl, probably. Like, and if the Bears quarterback was just like vaguely in the top 12 conversation, sure, like a Carr career. You know what I'm saying? Like, that would be fine. I would live with this. I would truly live with this. Like, I would live with the Carolina Cam Newton dynasty for better and for worse. Would you? Like, that's as raw as it gets, right? The burn hot, burn bright career, one Super Bowl visit that we lose, but you did go, a couple winning appearances, some fun years. Would you take the Cam Newton career if it was offered to you? Or would you gamble it on whatever it could be? Like, that's the question. Like, yes. I mean, we would have been so bad, Donald. Like, we don't know Lamar's career yet, Ben. Like, that's part of why I like the Cam idea. Like, it would be funny to envision, just like, would you take it if you could? Like, because the Bears roster would probably start to mirror that Carolina roster. The better example might be, in that case, Delhomme, right? Because it would be Fox. Like, Eberflus at that point would be the second coming of Carolina's Fox. So Justin Fields would be Jake Delhomme, which is like not a great comparison. Yeah, Ben, I want multiple Super Bowl appearances, a Super Bowl win, but Kansas City stands in the way of that, and so does Jalen Hurts, as well as many other heroes of the old gridiron. So I hear you, but we got to get there first. Let's say, honestly, Pravat, I think you're probably right. Like, Cam's career in Chicago probably does get his number retired. Let's see. We'll go through a little more. Got to go to bed at some point. You guys are the worst. Somehow I'm up till 1 again. It'll do. Let's see. Here's him getting double teamed. Getting chucked aside. '49ers really are an outlier, Mario. Oh, I know it can backfire. That's the 2018 Bears problem, right? Like, that's where we talked ourselves into into Mitch. Whoops. That was a Freudian slip. That sucks. That was really, truly not on purpose. I hate on Mitch too much on this channel. The Mitch years, at least. Mitch himself, not really that great. But it was the defenders that really made things hard. You know? Like, the Mitch defenders really made it tough. Zach Pickens does this a shocking amount, by the way. Like, gets in his lane, gets them long arms up. On 2 games of film, I've seen him deflect 3 passes. Maybe those are the only 3 passes he's ever deflected. But I've seen all 3 of them. Like, and it looks easy, too. I mean, honestly, Ben, it really is. Like, Wright's tape is like hype stuff. And then when it doesn't work for Pickens, it looks a lot like this. Like, swipe, get nowhere, but he's not going to try to turn the corner. And then, goodness, Ben, you mentioned Darnell Wright. Like, yikes, man. Punch, second punch, anchor, whatever. Yeah, it is who going against a nobody? Pickens? Oh, Ben, I mean, the length is like a Pickens trademark. Like, you can see it. Not just in obviously like deflected passes make his arms look that much crazy longer. Oh, also they have him do this weird thing in this game where he's gonna rush and then Pickens is gonna simulate off, which just feels kind of weird. But I mean, I guess however you want to get scored on, right? Here's a little more non-Pickens tape. That doesn't really matter. We get some good Darnell moments. I love this one. I love this one. Darnell goes shoulder pads on the ground. I said the ground. And just decks the guy. One more time. Shoulder pads on your knees on the ground. Let's see. Oh, okay. That's interesting, Q. So he did get NFL eyes. He just didn't get drafted, which makes sense. Brandon, that's the hope. Right's hands are stupid good, Brandon. I mean, honestly, that's the main thing that I think is the draw, is that instead of frame and entirely footwork, you're looking at a guy whose hands are just exceptional. And I mean, they really are exceptional hands. Like, he is a boxer. He is a pass rush king. At least it seems that way. If he ends up failing, I don't know why yet. Because I don't really have... Maybe he loses too much weight and he loses his anchor. I guess I could see that. But he's got a really strong anchor. And again, to me, what really sells it is the recovery. See, here's Pickens again, surviving more than he is thriving in run defense. You would think that a guy as long and explosive as him wouldn't get scoop blocked like he did, but at least when he did, he's able to sort of throw his guy, or like, I guess kind of just catch a break and get his guy to hip check-handed hooker. Honestly, Drex, I wasn't that surprised Andre Carter went undrafted, but it helps a lot when Drex, when you get to see these guys in your like in the Senior Bowl, and in the Senior Bowl, certain guys like Carter just don't look like they belong. Like, I hate to say that, but there are some of these guys who will just go to Mobile. They will get washed out. And it's part of what makes guys like Tyreek Stevenson stand out so much for people who went to the Senior Bowl, is because you saw him stack up against everybody else. You saw Riley Moss get dunked on by every receiver at the Senior Bowl. I like Riley, but he was on everybody's tape. Tyreek Stevenson, I don't know if anybody reasonably beat him. And he showed a lot of versatility. He showed a ton of fluidity for a guy who tested horribly with his hips. Like, Stevenson looked like the real deal in Mobile, Alabama, which is part of why I love going. Like, I hope that I continue to get to be able to do a bunch of draft evals so that I can go down to Mobile, watch these guys play, and go, man, that guy looks great right now. Like, Bryson, who's my comp for him? I wish I had one. Like, I need to watch more. So, like, it's a problem of not having a Rolodex of corners that I could necessarily point to. Because if you wanted to be really lazy, you could say Jalen plays like Charles Tillman. And we know that they're not exactly the same, right? I don't know. Right now, I'm expecting him to be just a solid zone corner. But let's see. I don't know if I would say he's twitched up Mario, because ironically, the funny part about Stevenson is, so he did just have labrum surgery, which apparently became a collarbone shave, which means that he also now has a weak shoulder. Love that. Now, he doesn't have the same, seemingly, problems that Jalen Johnson does with his shoulder, but it's not good. Vasher was solid. Wasn't Vasher short? But so the main thing I think about is that, like, I'm not giving anybody the peanut treatment, because to me, that's like saying somebody's a Hall of Famer. Fight me. Thank you later, or see you later, Q. Always fun. But like, as Mufar, I think he's more than likely a plus level nose tackle. Like, at least what I've seen, Dexter is your brick house. Whereas Pickens is more of your twitched up three technique. But I'm sure you guys can see it. Pickens, he's not actually that tall, but he looks tall because he always has his arms in the air for one reason or another. Like, he's making some move or another. Pickens looks solid on plays exactly like this one. You could see it where he's got one guy to tango with, right? No double team. Just establish against 63, the center, who's honestly been struggling. Like, he's just not an NFL center, and that's fine. But so, like, establish, get in the gap, bring the runner down. That he can do. It's when he has to take on more than one that I think he really struggles. I don't know about really struggles. It's more like it's not his game. These are fun. Like, honestly, I know it's dangerous, but like, loft over, buddy pass. It's just fun catching these on film, you know what I mean? Because the film will surprise you. It's sometimes, honestly, it can get almost borderline dull. Like, but then all of a sudden you get the occasional play where it's just like, oh, look out. I think that's, I don't know who 9 is. I don't know which number Smith was, but Smith is fun. Honestly, Mario. Okay, so here's the problem, Mario, is I think Jalen Johnson is extremely good. So to me, that's the problem, Mario. When somebody says twitched up Darnell Mooney, I'm like, wow, you think that guy's really good then? Like, then so when you say twitched up Jalen Johnson, I'm like, wow, you think that guy's really good then? Because I think Jalen Johnson, if Jalen was healthy and like consistently healthy, to me, he's a clear-cut mid-table CB1. Like, DJ Moore grade cornerback 1. So a twitched up version of that is a heck of a player. So I think the key is that Tyreek plays with a lot of anticipation. That's really positive. I think he'll mesh well with cover 2, cover 3. The question is, how much of that can the Bears run? Ideally, Dexter helps you get there. As Mufar, I'll take a look around. I don't know if I have any Kennesaw State film, I got to be honest with you. And even if I did, I don't know how much it would be helpful to watch Kennesaw State film, because I've done this before, where I watched Lachavious Simmons. It did not actually help me get to know the team any better. Let's see. Honestly, Mario, I loved Jalen Johnson's film coming out. I was like, what can't this guy do? Personal opinion. Like, he ended up going in the second because of medical red flags, but if memory serves, he had quite a few picks. He looked great in man coverage. He looked better in zone. Like, he was a star on Utah, right? I thought he was a beast. Like, so much fun. And he was picked after Komet, which, of course, was part of why I liked him, because he was picked after Komet, and I still thought he was better. But those were the days of Nagy gets his offensive player, and everybody agrees that he sucks, and then Pace picks a defensive player, and the guy was just, like, made of magic when he got to pick defensive players, but that's how it goes. A little bit. Like, that's me, Mike. That's me. Let's hope that any of this film is kosher and stays up. Maybe not. Potentially, probably not. But we'll see. Here, we'll get to some of the good stuff. Because a lot of this just like, I mean, it's funny watching Darnell Wright just not even be bothered out here on the right side. Just go through a basic kick step, keep the guy out of the office, no big deal. Throws wayward, not really his problem. I think Pickens gets out back on the field here fairly soon. No, that's not Zach. There's the feint. Here's Pickens. You can see the mobility in number 6. It doesn't always convert to anything, but you can see the mobility, at least what he's trying to be. Here's another nice little just scoop on his feet rep. Basically runs out of room. But you can appreciate that he's trying stuff and that it's not just all the Senior Bowl, right? Here, nice leverage on 75. Good press. Quick pass, bails Hooker out. I think it's incomplete. No, it's not. Yes, it was. So pressure, incompletion. Rookie Pickens is a way to go. But Ben, I'm sure you can see the toolkit, right? Yeah, I'm sure it is, Cody. It's too bad. That's why you got to attend the stream. Let's see. Honestly, Mike, I don't think that's that crazy. Like, that's not too negative Nancy for what it's worth. It's a problem of injuries, right? Let's see. Oh, yeah. I got you, Mike. Thank you. But so, let's see. Honestly, I think half of it depends on what they think his attitude is like. I mean, as silly as it sounds, it wouldn't surprise me if a player like him is... I always feel like a player like Jalen Johnson runs the risk of getting disillusioned with the whole process. But as long as he's still ready to put in the work and be part of a fun team, then, like, yeah, sure. Yeah, that did suck. Cody, I didn't get the chance to watch him much in Mobile, but Quentin did, who's not in the chat right now. And when I went back and I watched, so if you, Cody, go put Zach Pickens' Senior Bowl in Mobile, if you put Zach Pickens' Senior Bowl in the search bar in YouTube, you hit enter, you'll see a day 1 and a day 2 highlight reel that shows you a decent couple of one-on-ones that show Pickens whooping butt. That is what I saw today. And while I was in Mobile, I saw people showing me like hand recordings of basically those same reps, right? Wouldn't surprise me, Mike, if that's exactly what happens. Everybody wants to get paid. Everybody thinks the market's going to reward them. Let me see. Pickens, stab. I know I appreciated when I was watching him all the different stuff he tried. Not all of it worked, but I'd rather take the 3-tech that's doing a bunch of stuff than the guy who isn't. Especially if I think he's going to lose some pounds, like, at this point. I think he's going to lose about 10 pounds, play about 10 pounds faster, and see if he can make noise like that. But we'll see. Yeah. Who mentioned the CHGO Pickens breakdown, by the way? I'm reading up to see it. I have a plan, Cody. And that plan is to post stuff on Twitter. Lol. See if I can't draw some attention up. Hooray, hooray, followers, whatever. It's all part of the game. But Twitter is a little bit more the content Wild West right now. Cheers, Austin. You better run through this. Because it's probably gonna get blocked fairly soon. Don't do this to me, Austin. Don't do the Kraken to me. Not right now. Oh yeah, I mean Ben, they just basically quit on him half the time. On right, that is. Pickens gets a decent couple reps at 3 tech, but I'm gonna be really interested as to what happens when he can do more of this. Because this is fun. Like, stab in, extend the arm, jerk the center, and finish with some disruption. It's a good pass, but it's a good pass rush rep, too. There's another one. Just digging his little mole hole. Throw comes out. It's way long. You can see the promise. And also, far is what it should be. Let me see. WFM, that's part of the reason I did it. It's part of the reason we're using these games. It's so that everybody who wants to watch Darnell Wright can. Just need a team full of Darnells. That's really it. Let's see. How many good reps do I still have? I'm not sure. He makes play and tackle look so easy. So easy. I don't know. Let's see. Is the right guard playing well? Is he balling? He looks pretty solid. Yeah, Tennessee has these nasty... Tennessee does such a good job with their spread motion offense that they really draw busts more than any other SEC offense I've seen. Any offense I've seen at this point. Yeah, no, Ben. SC isn't that good. SC isn't that good. Not that you needed me to tell you that, but you probably instinctively knew. Tennessee's not crazy, but SC's getting beat very differently than... Honestly, I feel like when you really went back, watching that game a second time, the Tennessee game, it feels like Gervon is much more heart and soul of the Florida defense than you'd think he would be. Just like any good one technique, right? Because this stuff's great. If you have Pickens freelancing and beating the center like this, whoosh, getting inside, it helps. Absolutely. Because you're turning guys around. You're drawing attention, right? But Gervon, stands in the middle and just stones people and forces attention to just try to get the basic stuff going on the ground. This one is hilarious because it's Pickens' best play of the game, technically. And I mean, they just do not block him. I would love to say it's some sweet pass rush move. It's not. He's just not picked up for no reason at all. None at all. Let me see. Then he comes off. Right in the run game is the big question. Because here's somebody I'm pretty sure is 350. And he looks like it every so often. Now, you could still run his way functionally. But Is it the best the run could be? Not necessarily. So are you going to make him lose weight? Well, I guess it depends on how much that's going to impact things, right? I'm curious to see the decisions they make. That one's crazy. Like, just beats the center, drives him back. That's not that crazy. It's not crazy. It's more like it's a good rep. You could see the length, right? Like, length just spilling through the guy. Drive, drive, drive. Helps knock it down. It's a good general test. I think so, Ben. Yeah, Donald, that hurt. I don't think they thought C was a priority. Okay, so Donald, my 2 cents is I think they wanted a versatile center guard. I think they wanted a Mock, an Avila, a Tipman, like an Ekior. I think they wanted one of those guys or a true center in the fourth. But Stromberg wasn't there. And so since Stromberg and Juice didn't make it there, I think the board just kept telling them, no, we can't take center here. And like maybe a little bit of Patterson, but probably not in the fourth round, just given his situation. Exactly, right, Mario? Like, because then as soon as you get like somebody developmental who wasn't like immediately better, it's like, yeah, I'm sure they wanted it a little bit, but they've got pretty major needs on their roster. Like, it's not as simple as just saying to yourself, oh, well, let's add another guy. Like, this sounds so silly, Mario, but like, you have to remember that they've been watching what Doug Kramer and like Ji'Ayer Carter in practice since they lost Zach Martin, and exactly as Mafar, right? Like, adding somebody for somebody's sake is just Kramer competition, which like depends on how awful you think Kramer is at that point. You may not think he's that bad, but we'll see. Like, there's a lot of that stuff that just gets wild. And like, I think there's a lot of Bears fans that that assume new or a guy whose name I know is automatically better than a guy whose name I do not know. And respectfully, I don't always think that's true. Like, I think once they got out of the fourth round, wanting an offensive lineman was just for the sake of wanting an offensive lineman. Yeah, losing Zach Thomas kind of sucks when you really think about it. Just because renewable, they lost somebody who was apparently rosterable somewhere else, and they lost him for free. But that's how it goes. I'm pretty sure the Bears get the opportunity to bring him up if they wanted to, but I must turn it down. Either way, there's one more rep we'll end on because I couldn't really believe it either. It's a Dexter rep. I think it's in the Kentucky game. Is it this one? Is it in the Kentucky game? Is it in the Utah game? Let me see. No, this is just double team war. Might be the Kentucky game. Hang in there, because it's worth it. It's great. This there is a point where, in a stunning turn of events, I feel like, or not I feel like, Gavon Dexter picks off a pass. And I just think it's so funny watching this. Like, he just wades through the tackle. I know it's Kentucky. It doesn't matter. Like, hands out, just is not stopped, sees the ball, catches the ball, pick. I mean, it's hilarious. It is hilarious. Let's see. You mentioned Joshua. Due to previous breakdown of Braxton Jones, Ryan Pohl's first comment about Darnell Wright was versatility. I think they're going to give Wright a look at left tackle. My thought, Joshua, is that they like his versatility for if they have to move him over. And I do think they're challenging Braxton Jones, but especially in this first, go round the sun or whatever, like his first year in the league, I imagine they're going to try to just keep him at right tackle just to make sure that the line makes sense. Because if you flip the two, now you've got to reteach Braxton muscle memory. You've got to reteach Darnell muscle memory. I think it invites risk that doesn't need to be there, but that's just my opinion. Either way, guys, it is 1 a.m. We're going to go ahead and call it here. So next week, assuming that we've got time to stream, we will cover the rest of the Bears draft. Keep an eye out on Twitter, where I'll probably be going through this for the next week or two before we move into other offseason projects. I'll clip as much of the stream as is legal, one way or another. And then we'll see what sticks on YouTube. We haven't gotten copy struck yet. And if we do, I'll make it Lester's problem. So that's how it works, right? Delegate. And so either way, I'm going to get some sleep. Thank you, Foster. Thank you, everybody. Like the stream if you enjoyed it. Support my work with a subscription. Tell your friends. Always enjoy having you guys. It's always a great time. Until next time, everybody, bear down. Thanks so much for bearing with me. Good night, everybody.